Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage of California versus Carlos Dominguez. We are into day 19. The defense is still in their case in chief, and they are closing in on finishing. Yesterday we heard Judge McAdam say that they're on schedule to finish like next Wednesday, even though I think next Wednesday is a half a day. They're thinking it's going to get to the jury next Wednesday, possibly Thursday. So they started about an hour ago, so we're just going to pop right in, and we'll catch them up. We'll definitely catch them at lunch, so we'll be up to real time then. So let's get you into the courtroom.
All right, let's go on record of the people of the state of California versus Carlos Dominguez. Prosecutors Moore, Vander Hook, Defense Attorney Hutchinson, Carlos Dominguez with us. Case CR 2023-1391. 17 members of our jury present. And good morning on this Friday. We are in the evidentiary phase of this trial. The defense case in chief, we're going to get right to work. So, Mr. Hutchinson, you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, the defense calls Sergeant Janelle Bestfitch.
Okay. Oh, she's right here. Great. So you'll take the oath and then the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony about to give in the cause not being for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Janelle Bestpitch, JANELLBESTPITCH.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct examination.
Good morning, Sergeant Bestfitch.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I am currently a sergeant with the Davis Police Department.
And how long have you been an officer with the Davis Police Department? Officer, sergeant, any position?
With the Davis Police Department for about 15 years almost.
Prior to joining the Davis Police Department, did you have different law enforcement experience?
I did.
Where did you work prior to joining the Davis Police Department?
The Sacramento County Sheriff's Department for about 8.5 years.
What capacity did you work for the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department?
Deputy Sheriff.
Prior to working for the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, did you have other law enforcement experience?
No.
When were you promoted to sergeant?
Was promoted to sergeant in September of 2019.
And have you remained a sergeant continuously since September of 2019?
I have, sir.
Were you a sergeant, so you were a sergeant in April and May of 2023?
Yes.
What was your assignment in April and May of 2023?
The investigation sergeant.
What is the investigation sergeant?
They are the one in charge of investigations, overseeing the detectives.
In April and May of 2023, how many detectives did you supervise?
I believe there was 5 at that time.
Was one of those detectives Matt Muscardini?
Yes.
Was he a sergeant at that time?
No.
Was another detective Michael Yu?
Yes.
was another detective, Derek Russell.
I was not his direct supervisor, no.
Was he a detective at that time, or did that come later?
He was a detective at the time, but he was in a different division. He was in our intelligent-led policing division, who had a different direct sergeant.
Intelligent-led policing?
I believe that's what it was called then.
So there are detectives in both the investigation unit and the intelligent-led policing unit?
Yes.
What is the intelligent-led policing unit?
It's more of trying to gather intel and creating some cases that way.
Who was the supervisor of the intelligent-led policing in April and May of 2023?
Edward Ellsworth.
And what was his rank?
He was a sergeant.
And is Mr. Ellsworth still a sergeant?
Yes.
To your knowledge, has he been a sergeant continuously since he was promoted to being a sergeant?
Yes.
So we're going to go back to the intelligent-led policing, but I want to talk to your unit. So in addition to Mr. Muscardini and Mr. Yu, was a person you supervised named Steve Ramos.
Yes.
Who else did you supervise in the investigation unit in April and May of 2023?
Detective Christopher Ritter and Detective Ryan Mez.
Now, did any of those individuals have a position of sergeant at the time?
No.
Mr. Muscardini, he has been suddenly promoted to sergeant.
Yes.
Do you know when he was promoted?
I can't remember.
Can you give an estimate?
I think it was actually shortly after this case.
And we heard from Mr. Ramos that he was subsequently re-promoted to sergeant.
Yes.
Did you work with Mr. Ramos when he was originally promoted, when he was originally a sergeant beginning in 2015 to 2021?
Objection, relevance.
I did work under him, yes.
So he was he your supervisor?
At one point, yes.
And were you working at the Davis Police Department when Detective Ramos was demoted from sergeant?
Yes.
Have Mr. Yu, Mr. Ritter, or Mr. Mez, have they been suddenly promoted since this case?
No.
Approximately how many sergeants are currently working at the Davis Police Department?
I believe 8.
Of those 8, other than Mr. Ramos, have any of the other 7 ever been demoted after achieving the rank of sergeant?
No.
Objection, relevance, 1043, 832.7 and .8. Overruled.
No.
So during the investigation into the stabbings that occurred in April and May of 2023, were you the supervisor of the investigations unit?
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to the intelligent-led policing. Other than Detective Russell, who else was in that detective unit?
Detective Mariano Lopez and Detective Michael Moore.
Have any of those 3 subsequently been promoted since this case, if you know?
No.
So, although you are the supervisors, are you and Mr. Ellsworth, are you considered still detectives, even though you're the supervisor?
Probably. Yes.
do you still do investigation work as a supervisor, or do you only supervise work done by the people?
No, I do investigation work also.
Were there any other units with detectives in April and May of 2023?
No.
So in your unit, including yourself, there were 6 detectives.
Okay. Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
And in the intelligent-led policing unit, including Mr. Ellsworth, there were 4 detectives.
Yes.
So at this time, there were 10 detectives with the Davis Police Department.
Yes.
And within those 5, within your unit, was there any order of priority, or were they all equal in terms of position?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
You can know there can be certain situations where a person is not a supervisor but has a lead position or some sort of leadership position higher than others. That's my question. Are these all 5 detectives in your unit, do they have kind of the same position, or was one considered higher than the others?
No, they all have the same position.
It was not the same, to your knowledge, with Mr. Ellsworth's team in the intelligent-led policing unit?
Yes.
Now, you were involved with this case. Were you one of the officers investigating this case from the beginning with the stabbing of David Breaux at Central Park?
Yes.
Were you involved with the second stabbing that resulted in the death of Karim Abou Najm at Sycamore Park on the night of April 29th?
Yes.
And based on witness statements, you have received information that the suspect had rode a bike overacross the other side of 113, the west side, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been marked previously as Defense Exhibit PP. Sergeant Beskovich, do you recognize this map?
Yes.
Does it depict both Sycamore Park, the neighborhood to the west of Sycamore Park, and the neighborhood to the east of Sycamore Park?
Yes.
Following the death of Mr. Abou Najm, did the Davis Police Department perform any sort of canvass to try to locate potential surveillance of the suspect who stabbed Mr. Abou Najm?
Yes.
Where was the canvass conducted?
It was conducted they had split it up in like a grid. I was not the sergeant in charge of that. But they split it up to the grid of west of Sycamore Park.
And by west of Sycamore Park, do you mean the neighborhood west of Highway 113?
Yes, and I think it expanded from there also.
And when we say a grid, what type of activity did the Davis Police Department do in the neighborhood west of 113?
Meant by a grid as a pair of officers were assigned specific streets to knock on the doors, check for video surveillance.
And to your knowledge, did they knock on the doors of the houses on Crystal Grove Lane, which run parallel to the bike path, which I'm circling here?
Yes.
Did they knock on the doors of houses on Hampton Drive, which I'm circling here?
Yes.
And did they knock on the door of houses on Yukon Street, which I'm circling here?
Yes.
Basically, ma'am, you see this entire neighborhood, which is bordered by Hampton Drive, then it goes up to Shasta Drive, up to Rio Grande Street. Was all this neighborhood included in the grid?
I believe so, yes.
And you said they were looking for video surveillance.
Correct.
And what was the Davis Police Department hoping to see in this video surveillance?
Direction that the suspect fled to.
Because the last information you had was that the suspect had gone over the bike path from a witness, correct?
Correct, and then where we located the bike.
And the bike was in the general area where I'm circling. Where was the bike? Is it?
It's in the general area that you're circling, yes, sir.
So based on that, was the neighborhood searched based on the assumption that the suspect may have fled in some area on west of 113?
Yes.
Did the Davis Police Department do any canvass of the streets east of Sycamore Park? Houses on Sycamore Lane, Colby Drive, Bucknell Drive, Purdue, Cornell?
I do not believe so.
Why not?
Based on the location that the suspect was last seen in.
Would it be a fair statement that given that this suspect had fled a homicide, no one believed that any rational person would then turn around and go right back to the scene of the crime? Would that be a fair statement?
Objection, argument overruled.
Most of the time, that is correct.
So, to your knowledge, how much manpower was dedicated to the canvass east of 113, if you know?
I don't know the direct amount of officers. I do know the DA investigators were also helping do a canvass.
Other than getting the surveillance from Mr. Massey's, Dr. Massey, did Davis Police Department try to get surveillance from any house east of 113?
I do not believe so.
Was there ever any discussion that you were part of where Davis Police Department considered doing a canvass of the neighborhood west of 113?
I do not believe so.
You just asked about west of 113.
I meant east.
Okay, so I think you need to clean that up. It's very confusing to me.
I apologize, Your Honor. There was a canvass of the area I'm circling here east of 113.
West.
West. I can't even remember where I'm at right now. There was a canvass of the area west of 113.
Correct.
Which I'm circling here.
Yes.
To your knowledge, was there any canvass of the area I'm circling here east of 113?
I do not believe so.
Do you recall if there was ever any discussion of conducting a canvass of the neighborhood east of 113?
On that, it's kind of makes me speak a little bit more of yes and no about discussions, but it's...
As an officer, would it be fair statement that you conducted the canvass of any routes of travel you reasonably believe the suspect may have taken?
Objection, Ms. Davis' testimony, she wasn't involved in the canvass.
I think it was the background question, that's the way I took it, so overruled.
To your knowledge, how did the Davis Police Department decide which neighborhoods they were going to canvass and which neighborhoods they weren't going to include in the canvass?
It's usually based on the direction of the suspect that he's traveling.
And your suspects can change direction when they're fleeing the scene. You would agree with that?
Correct, but based on there not being another route to come back over on 113 is why we made our efforts west of 113.
Well, there is a route to come back over 113, correct? It's this pedestrian bridge right here.
Correct.
To your knowledge, did the Davis Police Department even consider the possibility that the suspect, after riding the bike across the overpass and abandoning it, may have turned around and ran back across the overpass?
Objection, speculation.
No, don't speculate. Just, were you part of a conversation about that?
I do not remember being a part of a conversation about that.
Were you aware of a woman by the name of Hannah Cheney, who was interviewed by former officer Giannone the day after the stabbing of Mr. Abou Najm?
Yes.
Were you aware that Ms. Cheney had described seeing a person crossing back over the overpass?
I believe the statement was that she wasn't sure if he did or not, or she didn't look back at that time.
Did you ever read Officer Giannone's report?
Yes.
Did you ever actually listen to the audio recording of Officer Giannone's interview with Ms. Cheney?
No, I did not.
But to your knowledge, did the Davis Police Department ask Ms. Cheney to work with a sketch artist?
Yes.
So why did the Davis Police Department ask Ms. Cheney to work with a sketch artist?
My understanding is she possibly had the best. At that point, we were trying to do anything that we could. So my understanding is that she had the best look at his face, unlike Dr. Massey, who only had a side profile of the suspect's face.
But given that, at least in her report, Ms. Cheney believed the suspect may have crossed back over the bridge, was there ever a consideration of maybe doing a canvass of this neighborhood to try to get video of this individual crossing the bridge?
Objection, vague, as to who considered this.
No, overruled.
I don't remember being part of any conversation.
Who was your supervisor at this time?
Lieutenant Mike Munoz.
And how many years has Mike Munoz been with the Davis Police Department, to your knowledge?
23 years.
Is he a former detective?
Yes.
Does he have a lot of experience, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Does he still conduct investigative work in serious cases and important cases?
Yes.
Other than Mr. Munoz, again, in April and May of 2023, were there other people who held supervisor positions above sergeant who had prior experience as detectives?
It's going to take a lot of thinking at that point. You're asking if...
So we've already gone through the sergeants. Who was above the sergeants in April and May of 2023? We've already talked about Mike Munoz. Who else had a position above sergeant at that time period?
Lieutenant James McNiven.
Okay. Did Lieutenant McNiven ever have experience working as a detective, to your knowledge?
He did do a few years in detectives, yes.
Who else, in addition to Lieutenant McNiven and Lieutenant Munoz, who else?
Lieutenant John Evans.
Did Lieutenant Evans have prior experience working as a detective?
Yes, he was in the detectives division for a little bit also.
Hold on, I don't want to go through the whole department. I'm interested in people that worked on this case, and I don't know.
Okay. Last question, was this a case, given the importance, where basically everybody at the Davis Police Department, regardless of their rank, was doing work on this case?
That's either covering patrol or doing canvases, then yes.
Was this an all-hands-on-deck type of case for the Davis Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And even if a person has a supervisor or role, there's nothing preventing them from going back and doing the investigative work that they were trained to do, that they did for many years, that got them to a supervisorial role, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Well, being a supervisor as a law enforcement officer, does that preclude you from doing investigative work?
No.
So, at some point, you became aware that Carlos Dominguez had been detained, or someone who was later identified as Carlos Dominguez had been detained.
Yes.
When did you become aware of that?
I became aware of it the afternoon that he was detained. I was not at work at that particular moment.
Did you come into work?
I did.
When did you arrive at work in relation to Mr. Dominguez being taken to the Davis Police Department?
Sometime around 5 or so. I'd worked a 24-hour shift before that, so I needed some sleep.
When you arrived, was Mr. Dominguez already present at the Davis Police Department, or did he arrive shortly thereafter?
I never saw him.
To your knowledge, who made the decision that of all the experienced law enforcement officers at the Davis Police Department, that the detective who would take the lead in interviewing Mr. Dominguez would be Steve Ramos? Who made that decision?
Jackson Foundation, hearsay, and 352.
Overruled.
I do not know who made that exact decision.
Were you involved in the decision that the person who would take the lead in interviewing Mr. Dominguez in the most important case in perhaps Davis Police Department history, were you involved in that decision?
I was not.
When Mr. Dominguez was being interviewed by Detectives Ramos and Muscardini, were you watching any of that interview as it happened?
I was not.
At some point, did you have conversations with Detective Ramos or Muscardini, this is a yes or no response, about what Mr. Dominguez said during that interview?
If it's a yes or no response, then yes.
When did that conversation take place? When they first told you about the interview you had watched, when they told you what was said?
An exact time, I have no idea.
Assuming Mr. Dominguez's interview ended in the early morning of May 4th, after midnight, would it have been on May 4th that you spoke to Detective Ramos and Detective Muscardini?
Honestly, I was at the house at 762 Hawthorne during that time, so I don't remember what time I came back.
But as Detective Ramos's supervisor, it is your responsibility to review and approve reports that he writes.
Yes.
And when you approve a report, what do you do? What process do you do?
I read the report, and then I submit, if there's any corrections, then I let them know. And then I hit completed, and I approve it.
And when you hit complete on your program, does that put a date on the report indicating when you approve the report?
Yes.
Is a report written by an officer supposed to be true?
Yes.
Is it supposed to be accurate?
Yes.
Is it supposed to be misleading?
No.
Because our reports that you write often forwarded to the district attorney for consideration of charges?
Yes.
And do the district attorney's office, do they rely on those reports in trying to determine what charges should be brought?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge, if charges are brought, are those reports that are forwarded to the district attorney's office later forwarded to the defense?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit QQ. I'd like you to review the portion at the top and the portion that has not been redacted and the next page.
Yes.
Sergeant Deskich, do you recognize what that document is?
It is a summary for charging.
And what is a summary for charging?
Basically, there's no way to get all the reports completed by the time charging would come around. So that is just a summary of the events of what happened for arraignment.
And by charging, are you referring to the decision of the district attorney's office to file charges and what charges to bring?
Yes.
So like a completed report, is it important for a summary of charging or summary for charging to be accurate?
Yes.
Is it important for a summary of charging to be complete to the extent, reasonably extent possible?
Yes.
Should a summary for charging have information that is inaccurate?
No.
Should a summary for charging have information that is misleading?
No.
And this summary for charging that I showed you, Defense Exhibit QQ, who wrote that summary for charging?
Detective Ramos.
And did you review that summary for charging after Detective Ramos wrote it?
Yes.
And did you approve that summary for charging?
Yes.
And what date did you approve the summary for charging?
On May 4th.
On May 4th. Okay. And in the summary for charging, Detective Ramos makes statements about what Mr. Dominguez allegedly said during the more than 7 hour interview.
It was a summary, yes.
At that time, had you watched the 7 hour interview?
There was no way to do that.
So at that point, you had no information, you had no personal knowledge whether the information in Detective Ramos's report was accurate.
Correct.
You had no way of personal knowledge of determining whether the information in Detective Ramos's report was misleading.
Correct.
You had no personal way of knowing whether the information in Detective Ramos's report was simply false.
Correct.
You were relying on the word of Steve Ramos that what he put in this report was accurate, correct?
The summary, yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, looking at the top, it says Davis Police Department, narrative summary for charging.
Yes.
And then at the bottom, there is information related to Carlos Dominguez.
Yes.
The very bottom, that is when Detective Ramos began his report, or his summary for charging.
Yes.
And he indicated, at Davis PD, Dominguez was read his Miranda rights and agreed to speak with Detective Ramos and Detective Muscardini. Dominguez said he had his knife for several years. It is special to him, and he feels as if it is a part of him. Dominguez said he doesn't know where or when, but he lost the sheath to his knife. Speaking specifically about the Central Park homicide, parentheses case number 23-1930, Dominguez said he was in Central Park that night for about 2 hours, sitting on a bench, and was also watching Breaux. Dominguez said he had his knife with the sheath in his right pants pocket. Dominguez said he didn't know Breaux, nor did he even know the age, race, or gender of the person sleeping on the bench, parentheses Breaux. Dominguez said he estimated he stabbed Breaux 40 times with his knife and demonstrated a downward hammer fist motion. Sergeant Besbich, at the time you read this report, were you aware that Mr. Reales Dominguez had never said the knife was special to him, but that was something Detective Ramos repeatedly said?
No.
And Detective Ramos went on to describe what Mr. Reales Dominguez said about the second stabbing of Mr. Abou Najm.
Yes.
And he said the only information Dominguez was willing to share about the Sycamore Park homicide, parentheses 231969, was the fact that he was in the park that night, stabbed him, Najm, a lot of times, and fled westbound across the bike bridge. Correct?
Yes.
Hold on, Counsel. You were reading, trying to focus on it, and
I didn't have it up.
right, I couldn't see it. So now I can see the paragraph starts at line 6. You want to draw our attention to that and ask a question. Is that right?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, I couldn't see it.
The second paragraph beginning on line 6, that relates to what Mr. Reales Dominguez allegedly said about the stabbing of Mr. Abou Najm.
Yes.
And Detective Ramos wrote, the only information Dominguez was willing to share about the Sycamore Lane homicide was the fact that he was in the park that night, stabbed him, parentheses Najm, a lot of times, and he put a lot in quotes, and fled westbound across the bike bridge.
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And on the third paragraph, beginning on line 9, this was related to the stabbing of Kimberlee Guillory.
Yes.
The only information Dominguez was willing to share about the L Street case, parentheses 231983, was the fact that he was at the tent, parentheses Guillory's, the night of the stabbing, and he did an internet search the following day to see what I did. Correct?
Yes.
This statement about doing an internet search the following day to see what I did, when you read that, you assumed that Mr. Reales Dominguez actually said that, correct?
Objection leading.
With the quotation marks, yes.
Assume for a sake that Mr. Reales Dominguez never said that. Assume that was something Detective Ramos just made up on his own in the interview, would it be proper for Detective Ramos to put in a report a statement he attributed to Mr. Dominguez that he just made up out of thin air?
Objection. Argumentative and speculation.
Overruled.
I'm assuming that that's what he believed he said at the time when he was writing this report.
So, assume Mr. Dominguez never said that. Just assume that fact. Assume that was a statement Detective Ramos just came up with out of thin air during the interview. You're assuming that Detective Ramos just got confused?
Objection. Argumentative.
Overruled.
I believe at the time that he wrote this, he did not review the 7-hour video, so it is a summary of what he believes was said during that. I don't think it was intentional.
You don't believe Steve Ramos would intentionally lie?
No.
But you were aware at the time that Steve Ramos was demoted from his position as sergeant, correct?
Objection. 1043.
Overruled.
Yes.
In your experience, does the Davis Police Department just demote people for no reason, or does there have to be some form of misconduct for a person to be demoted?
Objection. Our approach.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Feel free to stand up, stretch folks. Thank you. Offer.
All right, so this is Sergeant Janelle Best Pitch. Her name literally is Best Pitch. Capri, you should love that. I thought it was like Best Vitch, Best something else, but literally I listened to it a couple times. Unless it's a B, unless you said B-E-S-T-B-I, but then that would be Best Pitch. No, Best Pitch. Her name is Best Pitch. Capri Law, that's your new name. Capri Best Pitch. All right, so she's the lead investigator. She was supervising 5 detectives. They mention Edward Ellsworth. He's in charge of the intelligence lead policing. Then I never get this guy's name right. Muscardini. He was promoted to sergeant shortly after this case. Detective Ramos was re-promoted to sergeant, and he's really going hard after Ramos because, well, here we go.
Okay, if there was, we discussed, any pending objection is overruled. The court provided some guidance and parameters. And Mr. Hutchinson, go ahead.
Sergeant Bespitch, listen very carefully to my question.
Yes, sir.
As you said, it's a yes or no answer. As you sit here today, do you remember the reasons that Detective Ramos was demoted from sergeant to police officer? It's a yes or no question.
No.
May I ask one follow-up question, Your Honor?
No, move off the subject, and if we have a moment later, we'll address it with everyone. But we're gonna.
I understand.
Thank you.
Good. Sir. So, Sergeant Bespitch, I want to direct your attention to the last line of Sergeant Ramos's, or then Detective Ramos's report, where he indicated additional biological evidence and bloody clothing was also seized for examination, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he is, in this paragraph, he's describing the search of the Hawthorne residence, correct?
I got to read that part of it. Yes, I see that he's not necessarily means inside the house, but yes, he's talking about that. I believe he was talking about the clothing he was wearing.
Well, where were the Crocs seized from? Was Mr. Reales Dominguez wearing Crocs at the time of his arrest, or was he wearing slides?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that. I can speculate that it was the slides.
So, if you were involved in the search of the house at Hawthorne.
No, I was not.
You were not. Were you ever there?
I was on the outside of the house, yes.
Did you become aware that a bike was recovered at Mr. Dominguez's house?
I was there during the bike, because that was in the outside of the house.
Were you aware that light-colored Crocs from the video were recovered?
I'm sure I read it in one of the reports, yes.
Where were the Crocs recovered from?
I'm assuming his bedroom.
So that would have been during a search of the house?
Correct, with the FBI.
And he references additional biological evidence and bloody clothing was also seized for forensic examination.
Correct.
So at the time you reproved this, were you aware that bloody clothing had been seized from Mr. Reales Dominguez's bedroom?
No, with reading that report, I believed it was seized from himself, is when they say seized.
So you did not interpret, at least at the time, this statement about bloody clothing as referring to clothing found in his house?
Correct. I believe that was bloody clothing that was on him.
And so you thought it was the hoodie he was wearing that had a small amount of blood on it?
Yes.
But you also would later review a report prepared by Alex Torres.
Correct. I approved over 175 reports in this case.
And you were present in court when Alex Torres were you present in court when Alex Torres testified about booking into evidence a hamper with dried blood stains, a green and white shirt with blood stains, and athletic shorts with blood stains? Were you here for that testimony?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit RR. Do you recognize what that report is, Sergeant Besovich?
It's an overview of the search warrant at 762 Hawthorne.
And does it reference the dried stains of blood found on the hamper, the white and green t-shirt, and the athletic shorts?
Yes.
And who wrote that report?
Officer Torres.
And who approved that report?
Myself.
And on what date did you approve it?
I'll have to look at the report. On May 30th.
Permission to publish on.
Okay.
So I'm going to go down to the bottom. You can see your name, Janelle Besovich, date May 30th.
Yes.
And at the top of this report, Mr. Torres wrote, in the closet was a hamper with dried stains of suspect blood on the handle, parentheses, item number 140. In the hamper, stained with suspected blood, were a green and white shirt, parentheses, item 139, and athletic shorts, item, parentheses, item number 138. The green with white shirt had suspected blood stains on both sides of the neck and of the neck collar. The athletic shorts had stains on the lower pant leg of the front and rear right side.
Yes.
So when you read and approved this, you knew, at least as of May 30th, that there was bloody clothing found in Mr. Reales Dominguez's bed.
Suspected bloody clothing, yes.
Did you ever look at the photos of that suspected bloody clothing before it was shown in court by me?
No.
did you ever look at the actual bloody clothing itself before it was opened up in court when Mr. Torres testified?
No.
But you were aware that bloody clothing had been found in the bedroom?
Yes.
And Sergeant Bespich, as you have been present in the courtroom for much of this trial, not every day, but much of it?
Yes.
And have you been designated as an investigating officer, a witness who can remain in the courtroom to be able to assist the attorneys?
Yes.
Were you present when the prosecutor gave his opening statement to the jury?
Yes.
Were you present when the prosecutor told this jury that there was no blood found?
Objection, an improper question.
It's argument. Yeah, I mean, I understand. It's argumentative. I don't know what you're getting evidence out of this witness on it.
Okay, my next question. At any point, did you ever tell either prosecutor, when you heard them saying questions that there was no blood, did you ever tell them, actually, gentlemen, there is blood, e-clothing, booked in evidence?
Did I tell them that? No.
Did it ever, were you present in court where when they asked questions or made statements implying that there was no blood found in the house?
Was I present in court? Yes.
Did it ever occur to you that it might be important, as the investigating officer who's here to help them, to tell them that that information was wrong?
Objection, argumentative, and 352.
Overruled.
I believe what he was getting at is the items that we had tested inside the house. They did not have blood on them.
That was your interpretation of what the prosecutors were saying in their opening statements and questions?
Yes.
Were you present during a meeting with Detective or then Corporal Torres, Mike Munoz, yourself, and I believe, is there someone with the first name of Danielle? I'm trying to remember.
Louise, yes.
Danielle Louise, when there was a discussion about what items to send to the DOJ for DNA testing?
Yes.
And you heard Mr. Torres testify about that meeting in court?
Yes.
And you heard Mr. Torres testify that he suggested testing the bloody clothing and bloody hamper that was found in the bedroom.
There were a lot of items that we wanted to get tested, yes.
Do you recall Mr. Torres recommending that the bloody clothing found in the bedroom should be tested?
During the meeting, I don't have that recollection, but I am sure that those were on the list of things to get tested, yes.
But you've talked about, you heard Officer Torres testify, correct?
Yes.
You heard him testify under oath?
Yes.
Okay. And you spoke about relying on the report of Steve Ramos,
Yes.
assuming it was correct.
Yes.
Okay. If Officer Alex Torres testified under oath that he suggested that, you have no reason to disbelieve him. Would that be correct?
That is correct. I said I don't have recollection of him exactly saying that those shorts and shirt need to be tested. That's what I'm saying.
Alex Torres is really good at his job, isn't he?
He's very thorough, yes.
Very thorough is probably an understatement. Alex Torres is extremely thorough, correct?
Yes.
He takes his job very seriously.
Yes.
He tries to do an excellent job.
Yes.
And you know, as a officer, you can rely on Alex Torres to do good police work.
Yes.
Do you know why, despite Alex Torres' recommendation that that be tested, that it was decided we're not going to test those items?
We were prioritizing the items to be tested, and once those items came back, if there was no evidence suggesting or connecting the murders together, then we were going to get additional items tested.
At any point after Mr. Dominguez was arrested, was there further items submitted for DNA testing after he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever part of a discussion about with Mr. Torres when he recommended, once again, after Mr. Dominguez was arrested, that we should test the items found in the bedroom?
I told you I have no doubt that he didn't say that in a meeting, but there were lots of items that we were talking about in that meeting, so I don't have a personal recollection from 2 years ago that he directly said we need these items tested.
Do you have a personal recollection of any meeting, again, after Mr. Dominguez's arrest, when there was a discussion of testing the bloody shorts, the bloody shirts, and the blood on the hamper?
Those were part of many items that we were talking about getting tested.
Michael, so do you have memory of some point, again, after Mr. Dominguez was arrested, of having discussion about whether you should test the bloody shirt, the bloody shorts, and the bloody hamper found in Mr. Dominguez's bedroom?
I've already answered that. I do not have direct memory of that, but there was a whole bunch of items that we were tested, and I'm positive that was probably in those items that we were wanting to get tested at some point, yes.
Were you the person who ultimately made the decision we don't need to test those items?
It
was probably more of collective between DOJ and when the items came back that we had tested, those came back and they all connected Dominguez in one way or another. So we had already tested like over 18 different items. So there's a certain amount that you have to say we have enough.
But at some point you became aware, once charges were filed, that Mr. Dominguez had entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You recall becoming aware of that?
Yes.
At any point, as this case got closer to trial, did you ever advise the prosecutors, we have this bloody clothing, we've never opened it, but maybe it's a good idea to open it and test it and see whose blood it is? Did you ever tell that to the prosecutors?
No.
I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. And Mr. Zamora, any questions?
Good morning, Sergeant Bethage.
Good morning.
Sergeant Bethage, talking first about Sycamore Park, and you were asked questions about this canvass that had taken place on April 29th going into April 30th of 2023. Now, you were not directly involved with deciding what areas of the west side of 113 and the east side of 113 were canvassed, correct?
I'm sure I was there for different meetings that we had, but I was not the person in charge of the canvass, no.
All right, so the night of April 30th, or April 29th into the early morning hours of April 30th, when Karim Abou Najm was stabbed to death, you were not the one directing where officers should go, correct?
No.
All right, and so the reason, to your understanding, that officers went on to the west side of 113 is because that was the last known direction of travel of the suspect, correct?
Yes.
And in looking for surveillance videos and cameras and things like that, you're aware of how home surveillance systems work. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so knowing how they work, you know that, one, a person has to be within range of the camera, right?
Yes.
And so, to your knowledge, when video was recovered at a limited number of locations, some of them didn't show anything because they had not been activated, correct?
Correct.
And so, based on that and based on what you know about the west side of 113, the bike path there, that's kind of far out of range from some of the home surveillance systems there, correct?
Yes.
And so, if the suspect continued down that path, on the bike path, in all likelihood, camera is not going to pick up an individual on that bike path, right?
Action speculation.
No, overruled.
Correct.
Now, when Hannah Cheney called in a tip and said that she saw an individual as she was riding westbound over the bike path from Sycamore Park into 113, that was one of several hundred tips that came in, right?
Yes.
And in reviewing the reports of Ms. Cheney's statement, you were aware that she had been drinking alcohol that night, correct?
Yes.
And when she gave a description to the sketch artist, you're aware as the investigative sergeant that sketch was not used, right?
Correct.
And that's because the description she gave didn't end up matching, eventually, Ms. Dominguez, right?
It didn't, but it also, I believe that they didn't find, based on her memory, it was should be used or put out in the public either.
And so based on her memory, there were gaps in her memory, even though she did the best she could. There were gaps in her memory that would have made, in your opinion, the sketch unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And so, from your understanding of the canvas on April 29th and April 30th, there was no reason to believe that the suspect came back over the footbridge into Sycamore Park again, right?
Correct. That was our understanding.
Because on that night, too, when you were involved or when you were being relayed information, there was no one who had said, hey, the suspect doubled back and came back over the free road, right?
Correct.
Now, even if you had done a canvas, or Davis Police Department had done a canvas of the east side of 113 into Sycamore Park, that assumes that there, based on the question you got on direct examination, doesn't that assume that there are surveillance cameras other than Dr. Massey's that would capture that area?
Correct.
Now, moving on to these reports that we just spent a long time talking about, I'm not going to belabor them, but with these reports, you said they're summaries, correct?
Correct.
And so, when you reviewed the reports and approved them, you were aware that Mr. Dominguez had a knife on his person.
Yes.
You were aware that there was suspected blood on that knife.
Yes.
You were aware that the sweatshirt that he had been wearing when he was arrested had suspected blood on it as well.
Yes.
You were aware that he had been seen on surveillance video in the downtown area, in the 2nd and L Street area on May 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes.
He had been on a bike at that time.
Yes.
And the bike that he had been suspected of riding was the one that was recovered at 762 Hawthorne.
Yes.
And you're aware that based on all that evidence that was relevant to determine that he was the person who had in fact stabbed David Breaux, Karim Abou Najm, and Kimberlee Guillory, correct?
Yes.
And based on evidence that you were aware of at that time, that was some of the evidence that was sent out to be tested to confirm that he was in fact the person who had stabbed 2 people to death and attempted on the 3rd.
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. Hutchinson, any further question?
Is it your testimony that Ms. Cheney was very clear that the suspect she saw never went over the bike bridge?
It was my understanding that she did not see which direction he went because she never looked back.
That was based on your report, the report of Officer Giannone, which you reviewed?
Yes.
So assume that officer, were you here when Officer Giannone testified?
Yes.
And you recall how in the audio recording of Ms. Cheney, she said this person definitely went across the bridge?
I believe she changed her mind a couple different times, so yes.
Did she change her mind, or did Officer Giannone just get it wrong in the report based on your recollection?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I thought she had changed, she had gave kind of conflicting statements.
Nothing further.
Okay. All right. Sergeant Bestich, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get those exhibits. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hudson, we're a few minutes, but we have time to swear a witness in and at least get some background. And who do you have?
I have Dr. Surintip Reed.
Okay, let's get Dr. Reed. Good morning, Dr. Reed.
Good morning.
Come on in to the podium here, and thank you for being here. So I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath. We're going to have you take the witness stand. We have 2 lawyers to ask questions. We're just going to do a few minutes of this before we take our mid-morning break. So anyway, I just wanted to give you what to expect. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony about to give in the cause not being for the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated. State your first and last name for record and spell the vote.
My first name is Surintip. Let me spell it out. S as Sam, I as India, R as Robert, I as India, N as Nancy, T as Tom, I as India, P as Paul. My last name is Ree, R as Robert, H as House, E as Edward, E as Edward.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Good morning, Dr. Reed.
Good morning.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I am a psychologist.
And this jury has already heard from 3 psychiatrists. Can you explain what is the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist?
A psychiatrist is a medical doctor who specializes in prescribing medication from mental health people. A psychologist, like me, we have been trained more in a study of psychology, meaning study of the mind and the behavior. And one thing that unique about a psychologist is usually a psychologist is trained in administering psychological tests. Example would be an IQ test or a test for personality. Psychiatrists do not get trained in those areas.
I'd like to discuss your educational background that led you to ultimately become a psychologist. Where did you earn your bachelor's degree?
I earned my bachelor degree from Assumption University. It is in Bangkok, Thailand.
And what year did you earn your bachelor's degree from Assumption University?
Many years ago, I believe it was 2000.
After earning your bachelor's degree, did you earn a master's degree in any subject?
Yes.
What type of master's degree did you get?
I received an MBA, meaning it is a master degree in business from University of San Francisco.
And what year did you earn your MBA from the University of San Francisco?
Many years ago, I believe it was 2003, so more than 20 years ago.
At some point, did you begin a PhD program, again, at Assumption University in Bangkok?
I did.
Okay. And what years did you participate in the PhD program at Assumption University?
I started that program in 2007.
And what PhD program was it? What were you working to earn a PhD in?
In psychology.
At some point, did you go to another university, participate in a different program?
Yes, I did. So I was fortunate enough during my graduate degree study in Thailand, I received a Fulbright scholarship, and some of you may not know what it is, and some of you may have heard of it. Fulbright scholarship, it is a scholarship by American government. They usually give out to some countries in the world, and usually they only give it out to a few people per country per year. I was fortunate enough and lucky enough to receive that scholarship. In Thailand, there are about more than 60 million people, and during my year, I was the only one who received scholarship in the area of psychology.
After receiving your Fulbright scholarship, were you able to conduct receive additional education at another American university?
Yes. So I received a scholarship to study and do research at University of Minnesota.
And weather there is a little bit different than Thailand, huh?
Yes, it was very cold. In Thailand, it is hot all year, like summer all year, but Minnesota, when I arrived, it was in December and it was minus 40 degrees that year. So I remember it well because of that.
What type of research did you do at the University of Minnesota during your Fulbright scholarship?
I did research in psychology. My area of focus at the time was about college students or university students seeking help from mental health.
And what was your, title during your Fulbright scholarship? Were you a student? Were you considered a scholar? What was your title?
I was considered a scholar. A scholar meaning somebody who also studied, but at the same time was also a researcher. So I studied, I did research, and I also gave out some lecture in the university.
And you said your research was focused on college students. Can you give us some more context of what your research focused on?
Yes, so my research focused on university students during their transitional period in life, that they usually have to transition from being an adolescent into becoming an adulthood. So they have to take on more responsibilities. They also have stress of being a university student for the first time. I also focus on the cultural aspects of being American students compared to being non-American students.
I'll take it right now, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me. Appreciate that, counsel. All right. Dr. Reed, as I indicated, we are going to take a mid-morning break. We'll be back in 15 minutes with your testimony. Thank you. You're excused as a witness till then. To the jury, remember the three-part admonition. Enjoy your morning break, folks. Thank you. Thank you, counsel. Operator.
All right, I think I found her. No, this. She said she went to school in Bangkok, but this says Korea. That's a BA. All right. Anyway, sorry, Dr. Dr. Ree, sorry about that. All right, so let's go back. We heard from Sergeant Janelle Bestpitch. She was definitely a hostile witness because she was being attacked by by Mr. Hutchinson there. So we can also zoom because we're a little bit behind, so I will do that. So the big thing that I took away from that was the summary for charging was presented to her. It should be accurate, not misleading. Detective Ramos wrote the summary, and he put in some things that Carlos didn't say, which we know. He was also, remember, he was demoted, but then he was brought back up to sergeant. And then also the bloody clothes that were found in the bedroom. Remember, we went through that with Alex Torres, Detective Torres. So basically she said, hey, you know what, we tested enough. We tested over 18 items. We had enough to implicate, to charge Carlos. So is it a big deal? I mean, Detective Ramos shouldn't be, lying, and, that's not cool, but they did have enough evidence to get Carlos. And now I don't know if it's Dr. He or Dr. Ree. Anyway, I heard an R, and then I heard EE too. I heard an H. I don't know. It's so hard. Anyway, let's continue on with her testimony. It might be hard for me to. It's hard for me to pick up what she's saying.
Ray. Good morning, Greg. And we have Dr. Ree on the witness stand, subject to direct. Mr. Hutchinson, your witness.
Dr. Ree, during your Fulbright scholarship, did you have any person who supervised you or reviewed your work?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was Dr. John Romano.
And what position did Dr. John Romano have at the University of Minnesota?
He, at the time, was a professor at University of Minnesota.
In what subject? What did he?
In psychology.
Now, after you completed your Fulbright scholarship, did you return to Assumption University to complete your PhD program?
I did not. I actually transferred my degree from Thailand to study in the U.S.
And where did you transfer to?
To the Wright Institute. It is a professional school specifically for psychology, and it is a graduate program. It is in Berkeley, in the Bay Area.
And the Wright Institute, is it only a graduate program in psychology?
Yes, that is correct.
When did you begin your studies at the Wright Institute?
2011.
And when did you complete your studies at the Wright Institute?
I received my doctoral degree in clinical psychology from the Wright Institute in 2015.
So, did they require you to retake some of the courses you had already completed during your 3 years
Yes.
at University?
Yes. At the time that I transferred my degree, I was actually already a PhD candidate. But because I transferred my credits from Thailand to the US, they only allow me to transfer equal to 1 year of credits. So I had to retake another 4 years of courses in the US.
So, how long does a person typically have to, how many years of study is required to earn a doctorate in psychology?
About 5 years.
Okay. And how many years did you have to complete because they would not honor all of the courses you already completed?
About 7 years.
So some of the courses you have to take the exact same course that you already completed?
Yes, that is correct.
After you earned what specific degree did you earn from the Wright Institute?
I earned my doctoral degree in psychology from the Wright in 2015.
Now, your degree, this doctoral degree in psychology, is it often described as capital P-S-Y period D? Is that how you see it after your name?
Yes, it stands for Doctor of Psychology.
What is the difference between someone who has a PSYD or PhD? What is the difference between those two degrees?
The difference would be for somebody who had a PhD, they focus more on research and teaching in academic organizations. So usually they would become a professor in psychology. However, the degree for PsyD in short, or doctoral degree in psychology, that one, the focus is more on the practical side, on clinical aspect, on practicing the psychology in the real world, and also on psychological testing.
After you earned your degree, did you complete a postdoctoral residency?
I did.
Where did you complete your postdoctoral residency?
At Kaiser.
And where at Kaiser? Which Kaiser?
Kaiser in Roseville.
And describe what is a postdoctoral residency for psychology. What does that entail?
Meaning it is for somebody who already have a doctoral degree but also want to receive more specialized training. So during that training or during that residency year with Kaiser, I was working as a treating psychologist, but I was not licensed yet. So at the time, I was working as a treating provider, providing psychological services, including counseling, also psychological testing to outpatient population, to someone who also in the intensive outpatient program, meaning somebody who at high risk or having a lot of mental health symptoms and almost have to go to a hospital from mental health.
After you completed your residency, how long did the residency last?
1 year.
After you completed your residency, what position did you take then?
Then I was fortunate enough to got hired on at Kaiser in Roseville. So at that point, I have already become a licensed psychologist. And that was in 2017. I became a licensed psychologist and I started working for Kaiser in Roseville as a psychologist.
And as a psychologist for Kaiser, did you treat patients who were suffering from some forms of mental illness?
Yes. At Kaiser during that time, I did 2 roles. The first role is as a treating provider, meaning providing treatment for people who have mental health symptoms, including depression, anxiety, psychotic disorder, including schizophrenia, PTSD, and things like that. The second role that I had, also a testing psychologist. That's what we call, meaning a psychologist who specializes in doing psychological tests. So at the time, I did both roles, but I would not treating and testing the same person at the same time.
At some point, did you leave Kaiser and take another position?
Yes, I did.
Okay, when did you leave Kaiser? What year, if you recall?
I left Kaiser in 2019.
And where did you go to work after leaving Kaiser in 2019?
Department of Corrections. In short, we call it CDCR.
Okay. And is that the department that is responsible for people who are in state prison?
Yes, it is a department for incarcerated people, or sometimes we call them inmates.
What role did you have for the Department of Corrections?
I work as a forensic psychologist.
And would you work with people who have diagnosed mental illnesses?
Yes.
That include people with schizophrenia?
Yes, that is correct.
And in your role, would you see patients on a daily basis?
I stopped being a treating provider at that point, but I would evaluate people on a daily basis.
So what role did you have if you said you were not a treating provider? Was it as a testing?
Yes.
Okay, so explain what you would do with the inmates you worked with on a daily basis.
Yes.
I think she said she was a forensic psychologist. Is that what you said?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
Explain what she would do.
Thank you.
So, in general, what would you do on a daily basis with the patients you saw?
Yes, so I would interview them, right? And I may administer some testing depending on what the person needs. And then I write up a report about the person. I also review a lot of records about the person's history, and then I give out my opinion or my recommendation if the person is safe to return to the community or not at the end of their sentencing, after they already served their time in jail or in prison.
After working for the Department of Corrections, did you have an opportunity to work for the Department of State Hospitals?
Yes, I did.
What role did you have with the Department of State Hospitals?
Forensic psychologist as well, meaning my main responsibility is to assess or evaluate the person's mental health symptoms.
And did you work with people who had been committed to the state hospital for various reasons?
Yes.
Did you work with people who suffer from schizophrenia?
Yes.
And what is your current occupation now? Who do you work for now?
So after I work for the Department of State Hospitals, I, for some reason, had a good relationship with my team back at CDCR. So I went back to CDCR, and now I am working as a forensic psychologist at CDCR doing assessments. I also have my own private practice at this point. My private practice, I specialize in forensic assessments. So throughout my career as a psychologist, I have evaluated more than 1,000 forensic cases, and I would say...
Let me stop you there. Your private practice, you said you handle forensic cases. Do you receive appointments from courts to evaluate people?
Yes.
What type of evaluations are you appointed to conduct?
Different types, but the common one that usually come up would be competency evaluation. Another one that come up sometime would be insanity evaluation. And another types that come up as well is mental health diversion, meaning somebody who in the process of criminal proceeding but also had mental health problems and need treatment.
And in competency evaluations, do you have opportunities to ever evaluate people who suffer from schizophrenia?
Yes.
First ask you, how many times have you been appointed by a court to conduct an evaluation, regardless of testifying? Just how many times have you been appointed by a court to conduct one of those various forensic evaluations?
I have to be honest, I lost count at this point, but approximately hundreds of evaluation, more than 300 evaluations for sure. And the reason is because I serve as expert on the panel for 3 counties.
And by a panel, do you mean a list of experts who are available to take appointments from the court?
Yes, that is correct.
And what counties are you on the panel for?
Yolo County, right here. And the second one is Placer County, not too far from here, about an hour from here. And the third one is Nevada County, about an hour from here as well.
Of those hundreds of cases where you've been evaluations, approximately how many times have you actually testified in court as an expert?
More than 10 times.
And have you testified in Yolo County, this courthouse, as an expert?
Yes, I have.
Now, I'd like to ask you about your experience with schizophrenia. You've described experiences of working with people with schizophrenia. Have you received training regarding schizophrenia?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the criteria to diagnose someone with schizophrenia?
Yes.
And other than what you've already mentioned, your clinical practice with Kaiser, working at the state hospital and corrections, and also doing court evaluations, what other experiences have you had working directly with people who suffer from schizophrenia?
In the past, I also did evaluation for Social Security for people who apply for disabilities. Sometimes we call that SSI. So a lot of people who apply for disability from the government, they suffer from mental health symptoms, including schizophrenia.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would like to offer Dr. Reed as an expert in psychology and specifically schizophrenia.
Okay, any voir dire? All right, we have a qualified expert.
Dr. Reed, how did you become involved in the case of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I was appointed by the court.
And were you appointed to conduct an evaluation based on a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes, that is correct.
In the course of your appointment, were you given materials to review?
Yes.
I'd like to just go through some of these materials. Did you review medical records from the Yolo County Jail or WellPath for Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review the mental health notes prepared by Brandy Halstead, Amy Gutierrez, and Dr. Patricia Tyler?
Yes.
Did you also review medical records for Mr. Reales Dominguez from the time he was at Atascadero State Hospital?
Yes.
Did you review a neuropsychological report prepared by a forensic psychologist by the name of Dr. Dale Watson?
Yes.
Did you review education records for Mr. Reales Dominguez both from high school and UC Davis?
Yes.
And ultimately you wrote a report summarizing your opinions, correct?
Yes.
After you wrote your report, did you also review a report prepared by another court-appointed expert, Dr. Stephen Weiner?
Yes.
In addition, did you review witness statements and prior testimony from people who knew Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review a witness statement of Juan Carlos Reales Campos, Mr. Reales Dominguez's father?
Yes.
Did you review a witness statement from Mia Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review witness statements and prior testimony from Kaylee Gallardo?
Yes.
Did you review witness statements and prior testimony from Nathan Riego de Dios?
Yes.
Did you review witness statements and prior testimony from Gladys Burden?
Yes.
Did you review witness statements and prior testimony from Mark Capito?
Yes.
Did you review witness statements and prior testimony from Philip Hahn?
Yes.
Did you review witness statement from Ava Bindus, one of Mr. Dominguez's English instructor?
Yes.
And did you review, you already mentioned the medical notes, but did you review the prior testimony of Amy Gutierrez, Brandy Halstead, and Dr. Patricia Tyler?
Yes.
Did you review the prior testimony of Shanna Bly?
Yes.
In addition, did you review a portion of a transcript of the testimony of a man named Isaac Chessman regarding the circumstances in which a hole was formed in a tent?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to watch a video recording of that portion of Mr. Chessman's testimony?
Yes, I did.
Did you also review an updated PowerPoint presentation prepared by defense expert Brian Chase regarding interpretation of cell phone extraction data?
Yes, I did.
Did you review photographs of Mr. Dominguez taken in court, both before he was medicated and after his return from the state hospital?
Yes.
Did you review a YouTube clip of Mr. Dominguez showing him when he was in high school?
Yes.
Did you also review multiple body cameras recordings?
Yes.
Did you review the body camera recordings of an officer named Jacob Story taken at the time Mr. Dominguez was first detained?
Yes.
Did you review body camera recordings of an officer named Leo Gonzalez, also present at the time Mr. Dominguez was first detained?
Yes.
Did you review a body cam recording from an officer named Matt Muscardini, approximately 34 minutes in length, showing him in detective view interviewing Mr. Dominguez at the location of his detention prior to being transported to the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
And did you also review a more than 7-hour video of an interrogation of Mr. Dominguez by detectives Muscardini and Ramos?
Yes.
And are there other materials you reviewed beyond what I just mentioned?
I believe there might be, but I would not be able to list them out one by one. That's just because there are so much.
Were you provided materials to review by both the prosecution and the defense?
Yes.
Did you review all the materials provided by both sides?
Yes.
And in April, did you have an opportunity to review other materials provided to you by the prosecution?
Yes.
And in response to those materials, did you review additional materials provided by the defense?
Yes.
And did the prosecution provide you with police reports in this case?
I do not recall who provided me, but I know that I reviewed the police report that were provided to me.
And did you also review a preliminary hearing transcript where multiple witnesses testified?
Yes.
After reviewing, did you review all your materials before you met with Mr. Dominguez, or the materials you were initially provided, did you review all those before you met with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
When did you meet with Mr. Dominguez?
I met with him in December last year
And where did you meet him?
at the jail in Yolo County,
Do you recall what date in December you met with him?
December 11, 2024.
And where did that meeting take place? Within the jail.
At a confidential room or a private room, meaning in the room it was just me and him, and there was a table in the middle. I sat on one chair and he sat on another chair.
And during this examination, did you observe him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you perform any psychological testing?
I did.
I'd like to go through how many different tests did you perform?
3 tests.
And are these tests that you received training in how to properly administer?
Yes.
Are these tests are they evidence-based tests based on research?
Yes.
And are these tests that you've performed many times in your career?
Yes.
I'd like to address the first test you performed. What test was that?
It was the MFAS, M as Michelle, dash, F as Frank, A as Apple, S as Sam, T as Tom.
And is that an abbreviation for the Miller Forensics of Symptoms test?
Yes, it is.
What is that test designed to identify?
It is a malingering test, meaning it is testing to see if the person would be forthcoming or would be trying their best in doing the test or in answering question or not. In informal word, meaning we are testing to see if the person is faking mental health symptoms or not.
And is there a cutoff score on that test for when there may be indications of malingering?
Yes, the cutoff score for that test is 6 or above, meaning the higher the person score, meaning the person answer in a way that seem to be faking the symptom more and more. So the way this test administer is that I would be asking the person questions and the person would say yes or no or agree or not agree, and usually these questions or this item, there are some trick items that would consider not real symptoms that mental health people have. When I ask them this, right, and they do not know that this is real symptom or not, if they say yes to a lot of things, then it is an indication that they just want to say that they are sick more than they are. So the higher score, meaning the likelihood that the person is faking the symptoms, the cutoff score is 6 or above. In terms of Mr. Dominguez, he scored below the cutoff. His score was 1.
And does a score of 1 indicate malingering?
No.
Now, we've heard testimony that Dr. Weiner performed the same test, and on that test administered by Dr. Weiner, Mr. Dominguez scored a 0. The fact that he scored a 0 with Dr. Weiner and a 1 when you performed the test, is that significant in any way?
It's not. It just confirmed that there's no indication that he was faking the symptoms at the time that Dr. Weiner met with him and at the time that he met with me.
Now, at the time you met with Mr. Dominguez, was it your understanding that he'd been on antipsychotic medication for about a year and 4 months?
Yes.
So at the time you administered this test, he was medicated, correct?
Yes.
But have you performed tests on people who are receiving psychotropic or antipsychotic medication before?
Yes.
And do people still sometimes malinger even when they are receiving medication?
Unfortunately, yes, they do.
Can you expand on that, please?
Yes. A lot of time, even though people are taking medication already and are stable, they still want to present as if they still have a lot of symptoms, and the reason is because they are trying to get some kind of personal gain or some kind of advantage from that. For example, with some inmates that I see at the jail, they believe that the more sick they are, most likely people may feel bad for them, or they may not have to take responsibility for their actions. So they would try to present as if they are severely mentally ill.
Now, did you have an opportunity to review a report conducted by a neuropsychologist named Dale Watson?
Yes.
Okay. And did Dr. Watson examine Mr. Dominguez before he was placed on antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
And I don't want you to tell us the results, but did Dr. Watson administer tests to Mr. Dominguez?
He did.
And did Dr. Watson administer tests designed to identify potential malingering?
He did.
Objecting to your saying, Mr. Wright.
Do you need to, I'm a little unclear about how we're seeing this report. We haven't talked about it before.
Well, I'm asking what she relied on. Then now my next question is, did you rely on Dr. Watson's report?
Right. Okay. I need a conference with you. I don't quite understand. So thanks. All right. Thank you, folks. This will just take a second. Right.
All right, I think I can zoom just a bit.
So I'm going to ask you to move on off of Dr. Watson's report. That motion to strike is granted, subject to reconsideration when we discuss further.
And this is yes or no. Did you review other materials prepared by other experts other than, this is yes or no question, other than Dr. Tyler, other than Dr. Weiner, other than, did you review other reports prepared by other experts other than Dr. Tyler and Dr. Weiner?
Yes.
And you rely on those reports in forming your ultimate opinion?
Yes.
What was the next test you performed on Mr. Dominguez?
It was the B test.
What is the B test?
It is also a malingering test. And the reason that I also did the second malingering test is because the B test and the MFAS, they are looking at malingering from different perspectives.
How do they look at it from different perspectives?
The MFAS is better at detecting people who are faking psychotic symptoms. The B test is better at detecting people who are faking cognitive deficits or impairments.
And what does the B test entail?
It is a test to show the person to recognize letter B. And this is something that everyone would have seen in their life. Everyone would know how letter B look like. So we would ask the test taker to go around and look at many letters and circle as many letter B's as they can in a timely manner.
Did Mr. Dominguez perform this test?
Yes, he did.
And what did the results indicate?
Indicate that he is not malingering his symptoms.
So there was no evidence that he was malingering cognitive deficits?
Yes.
What other tests did you perform on Mr. Dominguez?
The last test that I did was the MCMI. M as Michelle, C as a cat, M as Michelle, I as India, dash 4, meaning it is a MCMI edition 4.
And does that stand for Million Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory Test?
Yes.
And what is that test designed to identify?
It's designed to identify mental health symptoms and also personality disorders.
And what did the results of that test indicate to you?
It indicates that at the time that I met with him, he did not have active or significant mental health symptoms. It also indicates that he does not have antisocial personality.
So indicate he does not have an antisocial personality disorder.
Yes.
What is an antisocial personality disorder?
It is a disorder that for people who have it, they would have a personality or they would have a pattern of not caring for other people's safety. And the reason that I have to look at this is because research has shown that people with antisocial personality disorder would have a tendency to commit violent crimes, and they would be dangerous. And the reason is because of their personality, that they do not care for other people's safety. And based on the test result, that is not the case for Mr. Dominguez.
Have you worked with people who have antisocial personality disorder?
Yes.
And based on the results of this test, did you see any indication that Mr. Dominguez suffers from antisocial personality disorder?
No.
Did this test give you any sort of indication about Mr. Dominguez's general personality?
It does.
What conclusions did you draw?
In terms of his personality style, he's somebody who like to be disciplined and also like to follow certain routines. He like to do well and he like to follow the rules. He want to fulfill the responsibilities in his life. Or some people may call that as perfectionism.
In addition to the testing, did you discuss with Mr. Dominguez his past and current symptoms of mental illness?
Yes.
Now, you're familiar with the positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
You are familiar with the negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
At the time you met with Mr. Dominguez, did you observe any positive symptoms of schizophrenia? Hallucinations, delusions, disorganized thoughts or speech?
No.
At the time you met with him, did you observe any potential negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I still observe some lack of emotional expression, which is one of the negative symptoms. And it was not surprising to me that I saw that, because based on research, it has shown that even after getting treatment, usually the people with schizophrenia, they would still have some leftover, or we call it residual symptom. And usually it shows in a way of the facial expression. He did not have much facial expression, and at times he would still keep staring off into the wall.
So, lack of facial expression, is that sometimes referred to as a flat affect?
Yes.
And that you would still see him staring off into the wall. Is that a potential negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Okay. Now, describe what you would see. Was it just a matter of he wasn't making eye contact, or was it different? What did you see?
So when I talk with him, he would be able to look at me, answer my question, and pay attention. But at times, he would still look like he was checking out almost. He just kept look away and look with looking at something even though there was nothing there. And then I would talk to him again, right? And then he would turn his attention back to me.
This avoidance of eye contact, looking beyond someone, is that a common symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Have you seen that in people who are medicated with for schizophrenia and are not experiencing positive symptoms at that time?
Yes.
The flat effect and the lack of eye contact, were there any other negative symptoms that you recall observing Mr. Dominguez exhibit?
I would say there are some cognitive impairments.
what did you notice in terms of cognitive impairments?
I know that from his educational background, right, that he is supposed to have cognitive ability of people who about college level, but the way he talked with me, it was somewhat simple and concrete, meaning he talked as if he was younger than his age or than his educational level. It almost as if I was talking to a kid.
And by kid, some people refer to as kids as people in their early 20s, but when you're using the word kid, what do you mean by that?
Maybe about 10 years old.
Did you also talk to Mr. Dominguez about the stabbings that resulted in the deaths of David Breaux, Karim Abou Najm, and injured Kimberlee Guillory?
Yes.
Did you, I'm just asking yes or no, did you speak with him about what he believed and perceived at the time of those stabbings?
Yes.
Did you ask him follow-up questions about those stabbings?
Yes.
Did he answer, or at least attempt to answer, every question you asked of him?
He did.
And did you consider his statements in relation to all the other evidence that you have reviewed in this case?
Yes.
And based on everything you reviewed, your evaluation of Mr. Dominguez and the testing you performed and your training experience, do you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Dominguez suffered from a serious mental disease at the time of the charged offenses in April and May of 2023?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
I believe he suffered from schizophrenia.
Now, Dr. Reed, we've had 3 psychiatrists explain to us what schizophrenia is, but since you're a psychologist, can you briefly explain what schizophrenia is?
In short, meaning it is a disorder of the mind that somebody who have it being detached from reality or have psychotic symptoms.
Have you, over the course of your interacted with people who are not medicated and are experiencing active psychotic symptoms?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Reed, I'm not going to go through, have you explain all of these terms. I want to make sure you agree that these are positive or negative symptoms of schizophrenia. Are hallucinations, are they a positive symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
How about delusions?
Yes.
Disorganized speech, thoughts, and behavior?
Yes.
And in terms of negative symptoms, you've already, is minimal speech a negative symptom?
Yes.
You've already mentioned flat affect.
Yes.
And inability to maintain eye contact.
Yes.
And you've also mentioned concrete, simplistic thinking.
Yes.
I've heard this pronounced different ways from different experts, but are you familiar with the phrase pronounced either abolition or avulsion?
Yes.
How do you pronounce it?
Abolition.
Okay. And what does avulsion mean?
Mean lack of motivation to do things. Usually in schizophrenia, it would show up in terms of how the person caring for themselves, and you have to compare it with the baseline of the person. Meaning, for example, if before somebody had symptom of schizophrenia, maybe the person was motivated to take a shower 3 times a day or 2 times a day. Then after the person has schizophrenia, the person may not take a shower at all for days. Another example would be lack of motivation to even eat or drink anything. So the person who have that symptom would have stopped eating or engaging in things that require motivation.
And could that result in a decline in personal hygiene?
Yes,
Could that result in an inability to care for a pet or family member?
yes,
Have you familiar with the phrase anhedonia?
yes,
Is that a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
it is.
What is your understanding of the word anhedonia?
Mean inability to feel joy in life. So the person who has schizophrenia, for some reason, they are not able to enjoy things that as they used to anymore. It's almost similar to depression in that sense.
Some other negative symptoms. Slowing of movements. Is that a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes,
Sitting long periods of time without moving. Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
yes, that is a combination actually between positive and negative. It is negative symptom in a way that the person lack motivation, right, to do anything, but it also consider positive symptoms in a sense that the behavior is so abnormal. It go to abnormal behavior because all of us, we would have to move around sometimes. When somebody sits for a long time, that consider abnormal behavior or positive symptoms as well.
Do we know the answer to why a mentally healthy person would find it very difficult to sit still, sometimes for even 10, 20 minutes, but someone with schizophrenia can sit still for hours? Do we know the answer as to why they are able to do that when healthy people can't?
I would say it's go to lack of motivation. They have lost sense with reality, so they're not really aware of what's going on in real life anymore. And a lot of time they are responding to internal stimuli, meaning their own psychotic experience in their head. So they would be thinking about something that's not there. That's why they're able to sit still that way, because instead of being responding to whatever going on in real life, they are actually responding to what inside their head.
And have you seen people who, even after they're medicated and not having active psychotic symptoms, can still sit relatively still for long periods of time?
Yes.
If you recall, and I want you to guess, do you recall whether Mr. Dominguez, if he sat still during the interview?
Not with me.
What about social withdrawal? Is that a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What about distrust of others?
Yes.
And where does the term paranoia fit in? Is that a negative symptom, positive symptom, both?
Positive symptoms. So for what we call paranoia, it's actually subset of delusions. And a lot of time we would call it in a clinical term as persecutory delusions, but we also refer to it as paranoid delusions, meaning when somebody have a false belief or believing in something that's not real, but that belief make the person feel unsafe or feel so paranoid as if other people are out there to get them for no reason.
Now, Dr. Lee, we've had 3 psychiatrists talk about this, but you're a psychologist. In your field, what is the general acceptance of what causes schizophrenia?
It is a combination of biological aspect and also environmental factors.
Have you heard of the stress diathesis model as an explanation for schizophrenia?
I have not.
But do you understand it's a combination of environmental and genetic factors?
Yes.
If you're aware, are there been any research or studies as to whether childhood trauma can make a person more susceptible or at greater risk of developing schizophrenia?
Yes, there are many studies that show evidence to support that.
And when I use the term childhood trauma, as a psychologist, what does that term mean to you?
when somebody as a kid or when they were young, they had to deal with some type of difficult experiences. Example would be physical abuse, or it could be not being cared for by parents, or immigration, or being a refugee to another country. That also had been shown in research to be one of the trauma that could increases the risk for somebody to have schizophrenia later in life.
And I don't want you to tell me specifically what he told you. This is yes or no. But did you discuss with Mr. Dominguez potential experience he had as a child which could constitute childhood trauma?
Yes.
I'd like you to assume a fact. Assume that when Mr. Dominguez was living in El Salvador with his grandmother, he was sexually molested by a domestic worker or servant who worked for his grandmother. Assume that fact. Could that constitute childhood trauma?
Yes.
And could that constitute childhood trauma even though he was molested at a young age and by someone who was not a family member?
Yes, it does. Sexual abuse is one of the factors that consider to be trauma. And also we all have this misconception that when the trauma happened, when the person is so young, the person does not remember, so it is not as bad. It is actually the opposite. The younger the person is, the person actually have less ability to deal with that trauma. So the impact or the negative impact of the trauma that will show later in life, it is actually more.
I could assume did you discuss, and this is yes or no, discuss with Mr. Dominguez the circumstances in which he came to the United States as a child?
Yes.
I could assume some facts. Assume that his father left El Salvador when he was approximately 1.5, and that his mother left when he was 3, and he remained in the care of his grandmother.
Okay.
And assume that until he was a little more than 6.5, his only contact with his parents was by phone.
Okay.
And assume sometime between the ages of 6.5 and 7, he was hired by, his family hired coyotes to smuggle him to the United States.
Okay.
And assume that the only person he didn't know anyone, but there was another person being smuggled who offered to look out for him.
Okay.
And assume that he was left at the border by himself and taken into immigration custody.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And assume that after being in immigration custody by himself for at least 2 months, he was finally taken to his parents in Oakland.
Okay.
Assume that he did not recognize them as his parents and he did not trust them.
Mm-hmm.
And assume that for the next year he would wet the bed that would continue for about a year.
Okay.
And assume that the person he recognized as his mother, his grandmother, actually came from El Salvador for about 6 months to stay with him to try to help the transition.
Okay.
And then assume that after 6 months, she went back to El Salvador, leaving him feeling abandoned again.
Okay.
Ma'am, if you assume those facts, in your opinion, would that constitute childhood trauma?
Yes.
Would that constitute, in your opinion, significant childhood trauma?
Yes.
Can an act of feeling that you once has been abandoned as a child, how can that impact children?
They would feel abandoned, like you said, right? And it would also impact their sense of belief about themselves. They usually tend to have low self-esteem, and they may feel that they have to achieve more in order to receive love. And as I mentioned before, right, the more trauma that happen or the more severe the trauma is later in life, research has shown that it could increases the risk of them having psychosis, and it also predict the severity of the psychotic symptoms, meaning the more and the serious the trauma is, later when they suffer schizophrenia, their symptoms going to be worse.
I'd like you to assume another fact.
Save that. Mark your point. Thank you, Counsel. Okay, Dr. Reed, we've got more questions to ask you. And thank you for your patience. We're going to see you at 1:30. We're going to continue at that time, okay?
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right. Your excused as a witness and the jury are midday break on this Friday. And remember, do not discuss the substance of this case. Do not form opinions until you're deliberating. Do not research. And I'll see you back for a full afternoon of evidence. Thank you, folks. Off record.
All right. Yes. Everything. Hutchinson's done that with all three experts, and he goes through all that, and that all came in with his father. When Juan testified, I think that's his name, right? It's been a while. Juan Carlos Reales Campos. He testified to all of that. So everything that you just heard. Parents left when Carlos was like a year and a half. Carlos was with his grandmother till he was 7, 7 years old, I think. I thought the coyote was a family friend. See, this is a new one on me that...
We don't have an extended time for discussion right now, but in meeting at sidebar, I became concerned about conflict between the lawyers, and I'm going to allow you to air that with me at some point, so I understand. I'm not going to do that right now, but I want to admonish counsel that we need your highest level of professionalism at all times. And if there's a sense of frustration in a long trial, in week, I think we're in week 5 or 6 at this point, I understand that sometimes things break down momentarily. So pull it back together. Whatever happened, let's move past that. Let's not engage in anything that would be perceived by me or anyone else as unprofessional. And so all I'm doing at this time is just counseling. And to the extent there's substance behind this, then I'm going to address it. We'll have some time at the end of the day. So thank you and enjoy your break. Thank you. Off the record.
Interesting. There was some little sparring, I guess, going on between the lawyers. Yes, Golden Girl. That is the only point. That's the only point that we're just hearing about the essay from Hutchinson. We've heard it 3 times now, and actually, I thought it was a family member, or was it a family friend? Now it's a worker. Now it's a domestic worker. That's the first time I heard that he was abused by a domestic worker that worked for his grandmother. I thought it was the coyote. I thought it was a family friend that was the coyote. So, but everything else that he said, he's done this. Let's assume this. Let's assume that. Let's assume this. Everything else that he said came in with his father. Meaning, parents left when he was a year and a half. He doesn't come back until he's like 7. Coyote takes him from El Salvador to Texas. He is. Takes him 3 to 4 months to make the journey. He's left at the border. He goes to a detention center, whatever they're called. I think the uncle comes and gets him. He doesn't recognize the parents because he hadn't seen them in like 6 years. He's wetting the bed. Grandmother comes, spends some time with him, leaves. He's crying. So that all came in with his dad. But the essay, nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. So that's the only thing that we don't know about. All right, let's get to our recap because Dr. Ree is really, really good. So she's a psychologist. She's a psychologist. So she basically, let me just get to her. She, of course, reviewed all the documents. She looked at Dr. Tyler and the mental health professionals, Amy Gutierrez and Brandy Halstead. She looked at their reports. She looked at Dr. Stephen Weiner's reports and his tests. So now she did the MFAST. All right, she met Carlos December 11th, 2024. I gotta find out when. Okay, let's keep that. Remember that date, December 11th. Let's just December 11th. Let's see. December 11th. I just want to see when Dr. Weiner met him. Beginning. Okay. That's Kaylee. Carl's trying to get back. Trying to figure out. Okay. All right. I guess he didn't meet him in December. He must have met him another time. Maybe he met him in October or November. So I think she's the last one. And I think somebody was asking in the chat, I'm sorry I forgot who it was, but I do believe since she was the last one to meet Carlos, she's probably the one then that deemed him, yes, he is ready to stand trial. Because I believe it was December is when that's when it was deemed he was ready to stand trial. So it was probably her. Maybe she had the final decision. Okay, so she performed 3 tests, the MFAST, which is for malingering, and she explains, as we've been finding out, and this is a great education for me because I didn't know any of this. You have to score 6 or higher to be faking, and Carlos's score was 1. Now, Dr. Steve Weiner's test, Carlos scored 0. She said that's not unusual. If anything, it just confirmed that there is no malingering. Carlos was on meds, as we know, for about a year and 4 months at that time. He got on the meds like August of 2023. It took him a couple months to actually get him on meds, but once he was on meds for about a year and 4 months at that point in time. She says people still can malinger after they're on meds, and the reason is that it's usually for personal gain or advantage. And she says inmates believe the more sick that they are, people will feel bad for them. They don't have to take responsibility for their actions. She's court appointed. That's another big thing. She's court appointed. So again, she has as I said, no skin in the game. It's the same with, was it Dr. Weiner? Was he court appointed? I think he was court appointed too, right? Yeah, it was Dr. Vinson yesterday. She was forensic psychiatrist. So he was court appointed, as well as, let me jot that down, court appointed, as well as she's court appointed too. Because that's big in my mind. If you're not being paid for this by either side, and as soon as you enter not guilty by reason of insanity, that automatically triggers these assessments. So again, they're coming into this. There's no, like, they were attacking Dr. Vinson yesterday. Are you an advocate? Do you do this? Do you that? Do you do this and do you do that? They can't do that with these people because they're court appointed. I don't care. I'm court appointed. Yeah, I care. Obviously, I think they care about the person because that's the profession they're in. But they're court appointed. They're not. It's like the crash daddies. All right. Then he talks about Dr. Dale Watson. So I think we may have heard that name before. Dr. Watson examined Carlos before the meds. Now that was motion to strike, and maybe that's when they sparred. Maybe that was the point where they sparred, where the lawyers were because they asked to come up, and I think maybe that's when they had a little hissy fit or whatever. So the second test was a B test. That's also for malingering. She says it looks at different areas. That's more of a cognitive deficits. I'm not sure what maybe Psychosaurus or Dr. Rachel can tell us what is the MFAST specific for. If the other one is for cognitive, she said it. I just didn't pick it up. She says it's something to do with recognizing the letter B. So I'm sure there's. Do I keep all these notes in a big filing cabinet? I used to Psychosaurus. I used to have sheets. Actually, you could probably. Let's see. back there. I used to just have papers and I would keep notes, but now, no, Aaron got me this really cool thing here. Aaron got me this really cool book, right? So I got my notes going. I think I've showed you guys this before. This is where Superball has sat on this and she's drooled. So that's her drool. But yeah, no, I got Monica in here. I got Zach Hughes, Michigan versus Shore. So anyway, yeah. So Aaron got me this cool graph paper. So anyway, so that's what it is so far. So I'm this far into it. So I still have a long ways to go. If you guys can see that, I still have a long ways to go. So so that's obviously my notes are digital. This is just the people, right? This is just right. That's just that. But then my notes are actually what do you call it? Typed. They're digital. All right, so, okay, so yes, so here, let's see. So the B test is actually a measure of effort. The MFAST is an assessment for the presence of feigning mental illness. Okay, cool. We need to get Squeegee off-brand remarkable thingy. I don't even know what that is. I love writing notes on graph paper. I hope you keep all those notes forever. That'll be great to look back, put them in a time capsule. Yeah, that's true. That is true. All right, let's move on. Okay, so thank you for that. So then she also performed the MCMI-4, which mental health symptoms and personality disorders. Carlos didn't have active mental health symptoms or antisocial personality. So he did not test for, this is kind of weird because it's a lot of negatives. He didn't test for not caring about others or society. So basically, he cares about himself and society. He liked to follow routines. How can you say he cared about society? I'm sure they're going to go after her on that. So you're saying he cared about society when he stabbed and deleted 2 people, when he stabbed another one? You saying he cares about society? I just keep an eye on that. I'm sure they're going to come as they should, because that's right for cross-examination. So anyway, in that test, he liked to follow routines. He likes to do well. He likes to follow rules. Again, really, that is outside the norms of society. Stabbing people is not acceptable by any societal means or any let's see, fulfill responsibility. I don't know why I said fulfill. He likes to take responsibility. I have fulfill responsibility. That could be a typo. Anyway, she says you might call that a perfectionist. They talked about his past. Of course, they talked about the negative symptoms. He has lack of expression. He would just stare off into the wall. His cognitive impairments. Okay, oh yeah, so she was saying his educational background, because she looked at that, he was a 3.8 GPA. He was like pretty much an A student, maybe a B here, C possibly, but pretty much A student. So she said he should be at college level, but his talk was simple and he seemed like he was younger, like he was talking, like she was talking to a kid who was maybe 10 years old. We heard him talk, so he would just be like, yeah, he would be like that. All right, Father, go enjoy your couch. Yeah, Kathy, they weren't people to him at that point. That's what I'm thinking too, that he was viewing them as something that they were not human beings. Okay, so yeah, he talked like he was a 10-year-old. They talked about the stabbing and what Carlos believed and perceived at the time. I wish they would get into that. This is like the third person that has said that, and what was he thinking? What was he thinking at the time? Or do we not hear it now in this phase? Maybe we don't hear it. Let's see. Carlos attempted to answer all those questions. Let's see. Her opinion is that Carlos suffered from schizophrenia at the time of the stabbings. Talks about avolition, which is lack of a motivation. That would explain the lack of care for a pet and or family members. I thought this was an interesting point. he could sit still for long periods of time and or stand still for long periods of time because he's not responding to outside stimuli. He's more like in his head. I thought that was really interesting because we're like, oh God, he's catatonic. Like, how can you just stand there, like literally just stand there for like minutes, not just like a second or two or 10 seconds. I mean, I could never do that. I can't do that, and yeah, when you're sitting, you're like this, you're fidgeting, especially when you're in, charged with two accounts and, third for attempted. All right, hold on a sec. All right, dude. Out you go. Go on. All right. Schizophrenia can be biological and environmental factors, as we've heard before. Childhood trauma. She said there's many studies that support that. Could be physical, could be not cared for by parents, could be refugee from another country. All of that stuff. Basically, it's like everything she just described is like abandonment, right? That could also that would increase the risk. Then they talk about the SA from a domestic worker. Now, I'm going to have to review my notes during our lunch break here, but I'm pretty sure that's the first time we've heard that. I thought it was the coyote or a family member. So I'm going to review that, and I'll get back to you on that one. They talk about his early childhood. So the coyote, detention camp, bedwetting, grandmother coming, leaving, all that stuff. And that all constitutes childhood trauma. She says it impacts self-esteem, and you would have abandonment issues because of all that. And then the judge comes, yay, kitty meows. Yes. Then the judge comes back and says, yeah, there's a conflict between the lawyers. He admonishes them to be more professional. He tells them, pull it back. And whatever happened, let's just move past that. We don't want the jurors looking at you like, what's going on, guys? So something must have happened, maybe in that sidebar. So, yes, kitty meows. Thank you, Diana, sorry. I'm a good note taker, but I keep screwing up your name. I'm sorry, Diana. That's a very lovely pronunciation. I should remember how to say that. All right, we are. Let's see, we're caught up basically. So we are caught up. So I'm going to take a quick lunch break, and I'll be back. Yeah. I'll be back. Let's see. They come back in 40 minutes. So I'll be back in like. I'll be back in like half hour or so. So like maybe quarter after. I'll be back at quarter after. So I'll leave you for now. Put some music on for you guys, and we will be back in about a half an hour. Let's see here. Where is? Oh wait, I got to come over here. There's that. There's that, and some music. Okay, Alice, you enjoy your lunch break as well. Appreciate that. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
messed up without even trying. I thought you meant well, but you savage as hell. Telling me things we both know you regret. But a hill should have told me about her before you sucked me in. You thought we could be cool for the summer.
Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo. Aquí mi amor, somos el amor. El mundo se paró, solo esta pasión.
first bus in the station. Everywhere is nowhere to lost souls. Let's get lost by intention. Where the world has protection. Where the waves hit the sand. Bodies in the sun, scattered lips, arms and pebbles, sinking slowly as the mud at the bottom of the ocean. We're all light and emotion, drifting without a sound. Me and Marianne are walking to her room through lonely streets at night under blood cherry till we hit the ground. Lay upon a shallow part of the dreams, late in the morning, smell of coffee and of silent fiends, slowly are morphing, the recollections of drowning in each other's arms. Me and Marianne are walking to her room through those lonely streets at night under blood cherry till we hit the ground.
Hey there, welcome back. Happy Friday to you, Angela. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. They should be coming back from lunch momentarily. All right. I was going to look up. Let's see. Let's see. I was trying to figure out what the essay was that Dr. Weiner said. Yeah, it was not a family member. Okay, that's the first time we heard it was a worker for his grandmother. So that's the first time that we heard about that. All right, I'm just trying to figure out what the other doctor said. Fala, you survived the storm. Very good. Did you hide underneath the blankets? That's always a good place to hide, right? Just waiting for the feed to come back. Hope everybody had a nice break. You hid under the Riley. Nice. Under the Riley. Okay, I've got a feed here, guys. Feed is up. Said feed is up. Just give me a moment. Get it for you. Okay, here we go.
Is not the victim of physical abuse by his or her parents. Could a child observing one parent commit physical domestic violence against another parent, could that be traumatic for a child?
Yes.
And if a child tries to intervene in the domestic violence and is unsuccessful, could that be traumatic for a child?
It could be.
I'd like to discuss other symptoms of schizophrenia. This is based on your own personal observations. Have you ever experienced any patients who, after developing schizophrenia, had significant weight loss?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe what you observed?
Yes. I observed that a lot of people who have schizophrenia, they suffer from negative symptoms, so they lack motivation to eat, they lost their appetite, and as a result, they lost their weight. They also lack motivation to care for themselves, so at that point, they just stop doing anything that would make them healthy, so as a result, they lost their weight.
Have you ever heard of the term obsessive compulsive behavior, repetitive routines, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Now there's a different mental health diagnosis called obsessive compulsive disorder, correct?
Yes.
But have you have experience where people with schizophrenia exhibited compulsive behavior, repetitive routines, that sort of conduct?
Yes, and please let me explain a little bit about obsessive compulsive, or in short, we call it OCD. Some people have the symptoms of this disorder so severe that it becomes obsessive compulsive disorder or OCD. However, with schizophrenia, research have also seen that they also have a lot of symptoms of OCD coming up. For example, people with schizophrenia would be less flexible to changes, so they would become obsessive with following certain things. For example, if they're so obsessed about finishing their work or schoolwork, then they would keep thinking about it, and they would keep trying to go back to do schoolwork. Research has actually shown that, depending on the studies, but in some studies, people with schizophrenia, 50% of them would have OCD symptoms.
How does schizophrenia impact memory?
It in a simple term, it impairs memory.
Once a person is now, because you don't prescribe medication, correct? But you have worked with patients who have schizophrenia who are on medication.
Yes.
Once a person is stabilized on medication, how do people with schizophrenia distinguish between memories that were hallucinations or delusions and were actually real?
Based on my experience of meeting with a lot of people who have schizophrenia, usually in the beginning, they are actually not able to recognize it, or if they do, it based on other people told them. And from then on, then they're starting to put it together. They're starting to recognize that, okay, the voices that I heard in the past that I thought it was real, other people told me that actually those voices are not real. Then they're starting to link back together about what happened in the past. And since then, once they're able to learn and have more insight about what is real and what is not, then they're able to recall some memory. But research has also shown that in some cases, they still may not remember certain parts of what happened, because when they were actively psychotic, their thought pattern was so disorganized that even though they get the memory back, the memory is still so disorganized and incoherent, so they are not able to put it back 100%.
Now, you testified that even when you met Mr. Dominguez after he'd been on medication for a year, he still had a flat affect. Does the fact that a person with schizophrenia, even after medicated, does not have expressive emotion, does that mean they're not feeling emotion or that they don't care?
No, not at all.
Okay, could you please explain?
Yes. So a lot of people have this misconception that because they look like, based on their face or facial expression, it looks like they're feeling nothing. Actually, they are feeling things inside as other people. They just do not have the ability to show their facial expression.
Are you familiar with the term florid psychosis?
Yes.
What does florid psychosis mean?
It means when the person have active, acute psychotic symptoms.
The fact that a person can complete some everyday tasks, for example, selecting food at a grocery store, logging onto a computer, attending class, turning on or off their cell phone, does the fact that they can complete those everyday tasks, does that mean they are not in a state of florid psychosis?
No, not necessary. I see a lot of inmates and patients every day that I interview that they able to function, they able to eat, they get up, take a shower, but they still have a lot of psychotic symptoms.
You've already talked about the symptoms, the negative symptoms of schizophrenia you observed with Mr. Dominguez during his interview. I'd like to direct your attention to the recordings you watched, specifically the more than 7-hour interview with Detectives Ramos and Muscardini. Did you watch that interview, Dr. Ray?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in that interview, did you observe any behavior by Mr. Dominguez that you as an expert recognized as symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I observed multiple symptoms. I saw that his thought pattern or his thinking was somewhat disorganized at the time. The way he answered questions, his sentence, a lot of them did not make sense. So that would be positive symptom that I saw. I also saw abnormal behavior, specifically when in the middle of the interrogation. At one point, it was odd or abnormal to me that suddenly he got up and wanted to go to school. I also observed delusions because it seemed that the fact that he was still wanting to go to school, he believed that at that point he was still a student at the university, even though he was not.
And
I also observed negative symptoms, and that was very obvious to me. He sat there for hours, did not eat, did not drink. He did not use any restroom break from what I observed. And he also just stared off at the wall.
And when you said he was a university student, some of the reports that you reviewed, did it make it seem like he knew he had been terminated? Some of the police reports you reviewed?
Some of the records, yes.
And now I'd like you to assume some facts, and you probably recall these from the interview. Assume that he gave information that his mother's name was Varla, spelled V-A-R-L-A, instead of Carla. Assume that he gave his high school as Castle Mont, M-O-N-T, but spelled it Castle Ment, M-E-N-T. Assume that he gave an address of 782 Hawthorne when he really lived at 762 Hawthorne. Assume he gave an email address that was based on the name Carlos Reales Dominguez that was either accurate or close to accurate with a couple of letters inversed. You can assume that he gave his correct phone number but said it wasn't active. You can assume that he initially told officers his birthday was October 10th, 1999, then changed it to October 10th, 2001, when his actual birthday is October 5th, 2002. You can assume when asked to give his roommates, he thought a long time trying to remember. He gave one roommate's name as Phil, which was the name of his roommate, and he named the other one as Darren, which is not. And you can assume that he said he did not have siblings initially, but then later said he did have siblings and they were the people who were closest to him. And you can assume that both when he was first contacted and during the interview, he gave the name John Joas or John Jonas, and assume that about a month prior to this, he'd had a brief contact with a police officer when he used the name John Joas. You can also assume that on his first English class on April 10th, 2023, he used a different name on the test that was not Carlos Reales Dominguez. In your opinion, is this evidence, necessary evidence of him trying to be deceptive and conceal his true identity, or could this be evidence of a disorganized mind?
There are a few possibilities here, but one possibility based on knowing the case that I think it is the most likely is because he was having symptoms of schizophrenia and his thinking was so disorganized at that time. And I would like to add that he would not be the first one who gave me not the correct name. As I mentioned, As I mentioned that I interview a lot of people who suffer from this disorder. For example, yesterday I did one interview and the person also gave me incorrect name. This is a common symptom of schizophrenia.
Now, did you notice anything significant about how the detectives asked Mr. Dominguez questions during that interview?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you observe the officers ask Mr. Dominguez questions?
Yes.
And was there anything significant about how Mr. Dominguez would respond depending on how the officers asked the question?
Yes.
Could you please explain?
It seemed to me that he gave very short answers. He would either say yes or no, or sometimes he seemed confused. Sometimes it seemed as if he was trying hard to go along with whatever he was asked. So when the officer sometimes asked him some things, he seemed confused and he would say yes. And then they asked him again similar questions or even the same question. This time he said no. It was confusing.
Could that be evidence of a disorganized mind?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Reed, I'd like to ask your opinion. Based on everything you've reviewed, all the materials and all the recordings you observed, based on your interview of Mr. Dominguez, and based on all of your training and experience, in your opinion, was Mr. Dominguez in a state of florid psychosis at the time of the charged offenses in April and May of 2023?
Yes, I believe he was suffering from the symptoms of schizophrenia at the time.
In your opinion, did these symptoms of schizophrenia that he was suffering from include hallucinations, delusions, and disorganized thoughts and behavior?
Yes.
And in your opinion, did these hallucinations, delusions, and disorganized thoughts and behavior substantially impact his perception of reality and his thought processes at the time of the charged offenses?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That was direct examination. Mr. Vanderhook, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
So you're a psychologist instead of psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
So as a psychologist, is it important for you to be familiar with different medications or drugs that may affect a person's presentation?
Yes.
Are you familiar with delta-9 THC?
It is a chemical for cannabis.
Do you know if it is an active psychoactivation?
I do not.
And so I want to ask you a little bit about bias. Do you feel that you have bias towards one side or the other when you're doing a particular evaluation?
I try not to, and I believe in this case I do not.
And you wrote a report in this case, correct?
Yes.
And in the report, you recount factual things that you found in different reports and things of that nature, right?
Yes, some of them.
And you saw body cameras and recordings of interviews and those sort of things as well, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, on page 13 of your report, you wrote that the DNA allegedly matched Mr. Dominguez. Do you have any doubt that the DNA actually matched Mr. Dominguez or not?
I do not have doubt because I am not an expert on DNA, but I would believe the DNA report that was provided to me that was conducted by the profession.
And on page 13, you also wrote that Mr. Dominguez allegedly fled from the killings. Do you have any doubt that Mr. Dominguez fled? Is that something that's in dispute in your mind?
No.
And also on page 13, you wrote that the fingerprint allegedly matched Mr. Dominguez. Do you have any doubt?
52. Sustained.
Doctor, on 5 different points of things that aren't really being contested, you used the word allegedly to describe those events in your report.
Sustained.
Doctor, when you were writing about what Mr. Dominguez said to you and his factual assertions to you, did you include the word allegedly in describing anything that he asserted as a true fact?
Objection, relevance 352.
Okay, no, overruled. You can ask.
When I usually write a statement as a direct report from the person, usually I would quote what the person saying directly, so I do not include the word allege, just because I have to quote what the person saying exactly.
All right. Did you use the word allegedly in any area where you were not quoting directly?
I do not recall. I would have to look at my report.
Do you think that you did? Do you think that that's a possibility?
I am not sure, to be honest.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit, what's the difference between a forensic and a clinical evaluation?
A clinical evaluation or evaluator is somebody who, actually we do not use the word evaluation or evaluator with clinical. Clinical means treating provider, somebody who provide treatment. Forensic means somebody who evaluate and use the knowledge of psychology to help answer the legal questions.
And which is more difficult, clinical work or forensic work?
I think it is challenging in a different way. So both are challenging in a different way to me.
All right, but forensic work, especially this type of forensic work, you're trying to figure out what was going on in someone's mind at a past time, correct?
Can you be more specific?
Right, so when you were doing your evaluation of Mr. Dominguez, you were trying to assess what his mental state was in the past, over a year and a half prior to your evaluation, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And in a clinical setting, you're typically trying to evaluate their current mental state, correct?
Not every time, not always.
Okay. What other things would you be doing in a clinical evaluation?
Usually when I meet with somebody for treatment, I would have to gather history information. For example, things like past suicide attempts. I have to evaluate if that happened in the past or not, because it increases the risk of somebody being depressed and being more suicidal in the moment. So in a way, I have to analyze past information and current information and put them together, and that is the same skill or similar skill as doing forensic work.
In forensic work, what kind of materials do you typically rely on?
The easy answer is whatever available and work given to me. But usually it would be a combination of criminal records, it would be mental health records, it would be information from people that know the person.
In the case of a criminal act, would reviewing the police reports be important to you?
Yes,
And why is that?
because it would tell me what happened on the day of the incident.
But you also reviewed you reviewed recordings, you reviewed transcripts. You reviewed transcripts of a hearing. Do you need police reports if you have those other things?
I do because based on my training, it is important to analyze the data and make conclusion or recommendation based on multiple data points. So as many as data points I could get, that is important.
Thank you. And then at the end of your report in Appendix A, you listed the different sources that you had considered during your evaluation, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about reviewing a interview at Davis PD with Mr. Dominguez, correct?
Yes.
And in your appendix in number 9, you wrote that you reviewed a transcript of video records of the interrogation. Do you see that in your report?
May I look at it? May I look at my report, please?
That would assist you?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Which number again? I'm sorry.
Number 9, where it says transcript of video records.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So, did you review the transcript and a video, or just a video, or just a transcript?
Both, if you can see number 17, I listed that I also look at audio and visual recordings. So that means including the videos.
Okay, so then you reviewed the transcript and the video recording at the police department.
Yes.
And so for 17 there, where it says audio-visual records pertaining to the current case, you're just talking about all sorts of different audio-visual records, and you're not breaking out piece by piece what each individual one was, correct?
Yes.
Understood. Thank you. So when you're conducting evaluations, you talk about doing different tests related to malingering. Do you remember talking about that on direct?
Yes.
And what does a malingering test check for?
It check for when somebody trying to fake the symptoms of mental illness.
And you performed an MFAS and an SRS too? Or what were the tests that you performed?
The B test and the MFAS.
Okay. And so are those checking, those tests that they check for current malingering as far as is the person at the time of the test exaggerating their symptoms, correct?
So please forgive me for the long answer because it is a complicated question. So I perform those malingering tests to see if the person was being forthcoming at the time of my evaluation. The reason because if the person was being forthcoming, it is likely that the results of my evaluation would be accurate. Also, research has shown that past behavior predict future behavior. So when somebody consistently passing malingering tests, meaning show a pattern of not failing malingering tests, it's likely that that person would be telling the truth.
So are these tests a lie detector?
It is not a lie detector. As I said, it designed specifically to test if somebody faking mental health symptoms or impairments in certain area. But it is not a lie detector in a sense that the person may be lying about something else that's not mental health related, and I would not know because I did not test the person for that.
Well, if it's not a lie detector, how do you go about making a determination when you're interviewing somebody about whether they're being truthful or whether they're being dishonest with you?
As I mentioned that I rely on multiple data points. So I would look at the person history, I would look at past evaluation, I look at my current evaluation results, and I also observe the person in front of me when the person was talking to me. And also I look at all the records that was provided. So with all this combination, then usually it would suggest either the person had a tendency to not be truthful, or if the person had a tendency to be consistent, or being truthful over time.
So when you're evaluating someone, do you mentally make an assessment as to whether or not you think the person is being truthful?
I do not mentally making assessment in the moment. I give out the test. I let the person complete the test. I go home, I score the test, I see the test result, and then I look back again at all the records and information that I have. And from then on, I summarize all the findings and I come up with the final findings.
So is your interview with the person that you're evaluating, is that important?
It is important.
And when you're doing that evaluation and you're talking with the person, if they tell you something that is contradicted by the evidence in the case, do you push back on what they're telling you at all?
Depends on the case and depend on what the topic is.
What about a case like this, and the topic is multiple murders?
And it also depends on what subject in the moment the person was talking. But in general, if it seemed to be an important point pertaining to the case, then yes, of course, I would ask clarifying questions.
Okay, but would you confront them with the inconsistent evidence, or would you just simply ask questions to clarify?
Depending on the case, sometimes I do.
Is that something you did in this case?
I do not recall exactly. I would have to look at my notes.
So when you're doing these evaluations, I'd like to ask you, you're doing an evaluation of someone who's in custody, right?
You mean this case or other cases?
In this type of case, often you're doing these interviews with people who are in custody, correct?
Yes, and sometimes out of custody.
Okay. So when it comes to people that are in custody, can being in custody have a psychological effect on a person?
Depending on the background of the person, for some people it can be stressful.
What about someone who's never been in jail before?
Usually being first time incarceration, we consider that a stressor for that person.
And how do you, during your interview, how do you control for that? How do you ensure that what you're evaluating is a symptom or an effect, and how do you rule out effects of stress of incarceration?
It depends on the case.
What would you do in a case like this to control for that?
In a case like this, I would have to understand the nature of the mental illness that the person had first. For example, research has shown that with schizophrenia, things like certain stressor would make the person have more symptoms and become more violent. And certain symptoms, for example, negative symptoms, would actually become a protective factor. So to me, in this case, it is possible that once he is being incarcerated in jail, his symptoms that used to be more positive, active symptoms, it switched to negative symptoms, and he could become less violent in that way. So it goes back to depending on the case and the nature of the mental illness that the person has.
If someone is facing serious charges, this stressful effect of the pending serious charges, is that something that you're able to account for in your evaluation?
Yes, of course.
How do you account for that?
So I would expect that the person would have anxiety. I would expect that the person may be depressed. But again, every human being is different in how the person responds to stress in life. So I would have to look at the nature of the illness that that person has.
Would you agree that when someone's facing serious charges, like multiple counts of murder, that they have a strong motivation to not disclose or lie about specific facts of the case?
I would not assume that, because everyone is different.
if there was a fact in the case that was bad for them, wouldn't they have a strong motive to lie about the fact that was bad for them since they were facing multiple murder charges?
Not always. I have done many evaluations that the person actually broke down and cried to me because they feel very bad about what happened.
So a person facing multiple murder charges would not necessarily have a motive to lie.
It could be either way. That's what I'm saying. The fact that the person facing murder charges is not an evidence that the person would lie or not.
I'm not asking if it's evidence that they are lying. I'm asking if it's something that would give them a motive to lie.
Objection argument is. Overruled. If you understand, you can answer.
Would it give them a motive to lie?
Depending on the case.
All right. Facing multiple murder charges. Does someone facing multiple murder charges have a motive to lie?
As I said earlier, it could be either way. It could be the person do not want to accept consequence, then the person would lie. Or it could be the person feel really bad about what happened and the person would want to confess. So based on my experience, surprisingly, it could be either way.
When you're evaluating people in the type of setting as in this case, you typically have access to police reports, correct?
Yes.
And they can read police reports and look at facts of the case and look at other witnesses' statements before they talk to you at all, correct?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
I'm talking to the counsel, the reporter's probably mad at me. When they're in custody and they have access to police reports, they're able to read those and look at what other people said about the case before they talk with you, correct?
You mean the inmates?
Yes.
Not everyone had access to the documents, and it also depends on the case. Some people they may have developmental disorder, or they may be so psychotic that even though they had access to the materials of the case, they do not understand what the documents are saying.
Did you do anything in this case to control whether or not Mr. Dominguez had been reviewing police reports in the case?
I do not, I did not.
And did you do anything to control whether or not Mr. Dominguez had been reviewing visual evidence like body cameras or other recordings?
I did not, and that is why it is important to me to administer malingering tests.
Right, the malingering tests are looking for exaggeration of symptoms, correct?
Yes, and my job is to evaluate mental health.
Right, but if they're talking about specific facts, the malingering test is not a lie detector, correct?
It is not a lie detector.
And if you're evaluating a person, is it important to know whether they've spoken with other psychologists or psychiatrists?
Depending on the case and also depending on the content of the conversation.
What about this type of case? Would it be important in this type of case?
Depending on the content.
And so, if a person was asked whether they had spoken with a prior psychologist or psychiatrist about the topic at hand, and they lied about that, would that be important to you that they were untruthful about having spoken with another mental health professional about the subject?
When you say lie, can you please clarify how did they find out that the person lied?
So, for example, let's say the question was asked of them, have you spoken with another mental health professional about this topic? They say no, but in reality they had talked to someone else prior, and they were just not disclosing that, they were concealing that information.
It could be that they forget. That is a possibility.
Right. Could be that they're lying too, though, right?
Yes, there are multiple possibilities there.
Would that be concerning to you?
It would be something to consider, yes.
How do you account for someone who has prior psychological training, as in they've taken classes related to psychology or mental health? How do you control for that?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Control for what?
Well, let me give you a hypothetical. If someone was doing an evaluation on you, since you know a lot about psychology and you know about how the tests work and you know about the DSM-5 and what it's looking for and things like that, do you think that you could take tests and affect the outcome of the test based on having knowledge about how the tests work and what people are looking for?
It would depend on the test. If it's the test that I done it before and I've been trained, then it would affect. But if it's the test I have never done, I have never been trained formally, professionally, then it may not.
All right. Having prior knowledge or training could affect us and could affect the evaluation, correct?
Depending on how much and how so. Meaning some people may call it education by reading some articles or reading some books or Google, or use Google to look up something.
And okay, so if it could have an effect on your evaluation, how do you control for that? What methods do you put in place to evaluate as to whether or not outside knowledge this person has is affecting how they present it to you?
So I would consider the person's background. As you mentioned, right, if I'm testing somebody who is a psychologist and I know that these psychologists have already learned or done some tests, I would not administer those tests. On the other hand, if I test somebody who does not have a degree in psychology, then more likely that the test would be okay to administer. Also, if specifically I test somebody with a degree in psychology, there are options for tests that we could administer that even with people with psychological training may not be able to fake the result or manipulate the result.
Okay, so during your testing, how do you control for it, or did you use any controls for that in this case?
I use a control in a sense that I know that this test, he had not been trained formally because he's not a psychologist.
Do you know what kind of training he has had in psychology?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, do you know if he had any training in psychology, Mr. Dominguez?
I believe he did some introduction to psychology courses during his schooling.
And so how do you control for that during your evaluation?
Introduction to psychology subject does not teach the person specific detail of testing and does not teach the person how to administer and analyze the test.
Would such a course teach them about the methods that the DSM-5 uses to categorize different illnesses?
I am glad you mentioned that because we all heard of DSM, right? That it is a manual for mental disorder. The DSM actually has the warning section about somebody using it without adequate training.
Right. So, but my question was, you were saying what people who took introduction courses in psychology would know. And so my question is, would a person who took introductory courses in psychology know how the DSM-5 works and how it categorizes different mental disorders?
They would not. Usually they would use it as a cookbook. They would use it they would memorize specific symptom and just say it. But that is not how DSM should work.
And the DSM-5 uses a categorical classification approach, correct?
Yes.
Would you be surprised to know that Mr. Dominguez had written a college paper on the categorization methodology that the DSM-5 uses and compared it to an empirical model of categorizing different mental health disorders? Did you know about that?
I did not, but I would not be surprised because I know that he took introduction in psychology.
But that would be something beyond just a cookbook and looking at different things within the DSM, wouldn't it?
I believe undergraduate degree studying introduction in psychology, it is not the same as being trained professionally to administer testing and analyzing the DSM.
And did you know that he wrote in a college paper about the effects that stress can have on people's mental health?
I did not know that.
And so, having not known these things, were these things that you were able to control for during your evaluations?
I do not think I have to control for those. And I am sorry about long answer. Another thing that I believe I did is to review all the records that I had, and in those records it did not say that he had a degree in psychology. Again, I control it indirectly by looking at the person's background.
And so I wanted to talk to you briefly about your evaluation of Mr. Dominguez. And I may have heard you wrong. Did you mention something about when you were talking with him that it was similar to talking with a 10-year-old child or something to that effect?
Younger to his age, his cognitive level.
Okay. What age would you compare talking to him as?
As I mentioned before, maybe someone 10 years old or maybe teenager.
Would it be concerning to you that two psychiatrists evaluated Mr. Dominguez and that they didn't observe anything about him speaking a level younger than his actual age? Would that be concerning to you that you were the only person to make that observation?
Please let me clarify. When I say he is speaking as if he was younger than his age, I did not mean the manner of how he spoke. I meant the cognitive level. Let me give one example that may help to explain that. For example, when I asked him about what he would like to do in the future, he looked somewhat hopeful, and he told me that he would still like to go back to UC Davis at some point. He would like to be a psychiatrist so that he can help other people. But when I asked him about how specifically he planned to do that, or when can he do that, because he's in the middle of the legal proceeding, he could not answer me. So that to me showed the level of cognitive thinking that he would be able to hope for something, but he lacked the ability to be able to plan step by step.
And you were saying on direct about how someone who experienced trauma as in a childhood would then in adolescence or in a high school age be exhibiting low self-esteem. Do you remember talking about that and how important that was?
Yes.
Did you review a YouTube video for Mr. Dominguez where he was talking about his friends at school?
Yes.
Did he appear to have any issues with self-esteem in that video?
Not at that point, because at that point the psychotic break, I believe, did not start yet.
Okay. So the self-esteem issues would only come later?
It may be underneath, but maybe he was able to mask that. And sometimes people overcompensate. Sometimes people with low self-esteem, they become so friendly to everyone because they want that love and affection that they did not get when they were young. So in that video, he was being friendly with everyone. That did not tell me about he had low or high self-esteem. It just told me that he had social skill at the time.
So you talked about how someone who has mental illness, what effects treatment can have on them, especially medication, and what effects it can have on their memory. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
If someone is being medicated for mental illness, will they recover memories that they previously didn't have access to?
They may not.
But can they?
They might, but most likely not 100%, but also depending on how severe or how bad the symptom was at the time that they had the symptoms.
So the worse the symptoms, the less likely they are to recover memories?
Depend on which symptoms.
Now, we heard from two psychiatrists that discussed this and mentioned things to the effect that it doesn't recover memories, but provides insight on how to interpret memories that they still have. Is that accurate, or do you disagree with that?
I agree overall, yes.
Okay, so treatment doesn't really recover or provide new memories, it provides insight to existing memories.
Yes, you could say that.
Before you were testifying a couple days ago, did I send you an email with a study
Couple days ago,
or
you
within the last 7 to 14 days?
you sent an article to me yesterday afternoon.
Okay, yes, sorry. It's been a very long week. Yesterday, did I send you an article?
Yes, yesterday afternoon at about 2 or 3 p.m.
All right, and was that the Rosenhan study?
Yes.
And prior to receiving that, were you familiar with that study?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. Let me just flip my message in just a moment.
Actually, I misspoke. I am sorry. I believe you sent it to me maybe 11 a.m. something.
Okay. But,
Yesterday, yes.
but either way, prior to me sending it to you, you weren't familiar with the study?
No.
Okay. All right. And so, when I'm looking at your report, including the appendix at the end, it's 24 pages. And then we heard testimony from someone else about their report being 133 pages. What should we take away from different lengths of reports? Is there importance to how long your report is versus how long somebody else's report is? What weight should we put in that?
Based on my training, I have been trained to be concise. So that is my approach. However, I know that there are the opposite way of training, that they would train the person to include everything, to make sure that you have everything in the report. But again, based on my training, I had been trained by people who emphasize that I should be concise, especially if there are already records being provided, right? There are documents already that people can refer to, can read them. What they actually need from me is not quoting everything from that record, but to summarize it and to give out my recommendation or opinion. However, I am not saying that long report is not good or short report is not good. I am just saying that it based on how the person has been trained.
So should it be important to anyone how long or short the report is? Should we look at short reports and say they're better or that they're worse? Or should we look at long reports and say because it's long, it's either better or worse?
I believe in this case, it is actually helpful to have both sides or both styles. So when somebody wants to look at everything that happened, the person can refer to the long report. And if somebody wants to look at something more concise, something that as a summary, they can look at my report. So the person can pick and choose and have the choice based on the style, and in that way we make sure that we are not missing anything. So I think it is good.
And then during your evaluation of Mr. Dominguez, how many times did you meet with him?
One time,
And when was that?
December 11.
And how long was that meeting?
It was about 3 hours, I believe.
And then I want to ask you about some specific facts in the case. We do agree that it's important to know the facts of the case.
Yes.
because the facts of the case help show you the circumstances that were surrounding this person before, during, and after the offenses, right?
Yes.
And it's important because it would also provide you with information about whether this person is providing you with accurate information, correct?
Yes.
And so, do you know whether or not between any of the killings, Mr. Dominguez's knife was cleaned or washed?
I do not know for certain.
What is your belief on the subject?
Wait.
Objection outside the scope.
Yeah, hold on. I can give you some guidance on how to handle these questions, if you like, at sidebar.
May we approach?
Sure, thanks. Off the record.
Yeah, she looked kind of weird. Like she's like, "What?" So he just asked, "Did you know that the knife was washed?" And she's like, "What?" So judge is going for a sidebar. How long to drive to California? From where? From where are you? Where are you beginning your destination? And just want to welcome in Drunky and Pammy. Thank you guys, and Angela. These are some of the newer folks coming in. And Newton, thank you for that zoom in on Kermit and for Fala. That was specifically for Fala. And then also the zoom in on Carlos, the way he's sitting. You know, Newton said that he hasn't moved. He just literally just sits there with his feet. You know, his feet are like this. So we got to zoom in on that. So appreciate that. And then Kermit.
Doctor, I want to ask you about Mr. Dominguez's knife. Hypothetically, if no one had ever seen him with that knife before the killings, is that something that you would have been aware of already?
Objection, proper question.
Sustained.
Doctor, you looked over police reports?
Yes.
You looked over recordings of interviews?
Yes.
And body cameras?
Yes.
In any of those materials, did you see anything to indicate to you that anyone had seen Mr. Dominguez with the knife prior to the killings?
I did not.
And in all those materials, did you see anything to indicate to you whether or not the knife had been cleaned?
Objection, improper question. Assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
You reviewed the body camera recordings of the detention and arrest of Mr. Dominguez as well as the subsequent interview, correct?
Yes.
In those, how many times did he use the same false name when speaking with the officers?
I do not remember.
Can you give me an estimate?
Again, I do not remember and I do not want to misspeak here.
Do you know if it was more than once?
More than once, yes.
Do you know if it was more than 10 times?
I don't think so, but again, I am not sure.
Do you know how many times he told the officers the same false address?
I do not.
Was it more than once?
I am not sure.
How many times did he tell officers the same false date of birth?
I do not remember how many times.
Was it more than once?
I'm going to object, improper question. Not asking to assume facts.
Well, I mean, you can ask what the end of. I mean, we saw the video, so I mean, this is if he's trying to test your memory of the video, that's fair.
Was it more than once?
I am not sure.
things that you reviewed was a transcript of another hearing, correct?
Yes, the prior hearing.
And you reviewed police reports that contain a statement from Dr. Massey, correct?
Yes.
What is your understanding of what Dr. Massey saw when he came upon Mr. Dominguez in Sycamore Park?
From my understanding, I believe Dr. Massey saw Mr. Dominguez was doing something harmful to another person, to the second victim.
And was there any kind of talking back and forth between Mr. Dominguez and Dr. Massey?
I believe Dr. Massey went there to try to help and try to stop the attack, and Mr. Dominguez said something about don't interrupt him, something along that line.
Okay, and then what happened after that conversation took place?
Then Mr. Dominguez left on bicycle.
So is it your understanding that that statement by Mr. Dominguez to Dr. Massey occurred before Mr. Dominguez fled on the bicycle?
Yes.
And have you reviewed Dr. Massey's trial testimony at all?
During this testimony,
Yes.
I have not.
And we heard from a prior psychiatrist how when you're forming an opinion, it's important to silo yourself from other people's opinions so that you're not influenced by other people's opinions. Is that something that you did in this case?
I would have to understand that more, like how specifically.
So you conducted an evaluation in this case, correct?
Yes.
And when you're conducting an evaluation and you're giving an opinion, it's important that we're getting your opinion and that your opinion isn't influenced by other people's opinions, correct?
Yes.
And so if you heard other people's opinions before you gave your opinion, that could have an impact on your opinion, correct?
Depending on my training.
Okay? Could it have an impact on your opinion given your training?
Depending on the opinion and on the training and on other information from other sources.
Okay, so there is a risk that it could have an effect on you, correct?
Yes, I think there's a risk to anything.
And so would it be important then to silo yourself off from other people's opinions until you had formed your opinion so that you made sure that you were not influenced by other people's opinions?
Again, I think it depends on whose opinion is it, what was being said, and depending on the case, it depends on so many things. And I'm sorry that I answer a lot of depends, but it really depends.
All right, well, what if it's another doctor's opinion on the exact same person, on the exact same subject, on the exact same topic that you're evaluating? And would it be important for you to silo yourself off from that opinion until you formed your own opinion?
Based on my training, it's not. It is very common for me to review other doctors' reports or evaluations prior to me meeting with the person.
So then, I ask you about the definition of a phrase, and I just want to understand what it means to you. What does decompensating mean to you? How do you use that term?
Meaning the person's mental health condition is getting worse or having more symptoms.
And you mentioned on direct about how disorders like schizophrenia can affect people's movements as far as how they move their arms or how they hold themselves or how they walk. You were talking about that sort of thing?
Yes.
Would it affect a kind of person's ability to move in other ways, like running? Would it make it difficult for them to run?
No.
Would it make it difficult for them to ride a bicycle?
In fact, with schizophrenia, it affects the person's movements in a way that it would be abnormal. So the person might be moving so slowly and then suddenly might be moving so fast or even disorganized. So that could happen.
so we talked very briefly about your report and how you would have documented in your report if you had confronted Mr. Dominguez on inconsistencies in the statements. Do you remember how you were saying that you would need to refer to your report?
I cannot say that I document every word that he said to me.
Right, and so the topic that we were talking about was whether or not you, if there was things that he was saying that was contrary to other sources, whether you ever confronted him on things that appeared inconsistent. I'm just asking about your interview technique. I'm not asking about the contents of the conversation at all. But was there ever a time during the interview where you confronted him on something that you thought was inconsistent?
Yes, in fact, yesterday I did, and the person got mad.
With Mr. Dominguez's, did you specifically confront him on factual inconsistencies?
I believe I did ask him some clarifying questions.
Okay. But did you ever confront him in a way that what he was saying was completely contradicted by other evidence?
I am not sure, because it depends on what you mean confront. By confront, do you mean say, hey, you are lying, this is not what it say? Or confronting mean, tell me more, help me understand this more, and then let him talk to me?
Well, what is it that you do during your interviews?
So usually I ask him first and let him tell me the story first, and then I may ask some clarifying questions when it is unclear or when there are some inconsistency, yes.
Okay, thank you, counsel. So that was cross-examination. Any redirect?
Yes. Dr. Reed, you were ultimately provided a report by Dr. Stephen Weiner, correct?
Yes.
Was that after you already reached your opinion and filed your report with the court?
Yes, after.
So the fact that another doctor agrees with you, that corroborates your opinion?
Objection. Facts on evidence and also contradicts the actual evidence.
Okay, it's also not that helpful. So, I mean, just move on. I mean, the jury heard from Dr. Weiner. If they've heard from Dr. Reed, they'll decide what to make of it.
Well, the prosecutor was apparently criticizing you for... Did Dr. Reed, on last month in April, did Mr. Vanderhook send you a letter where he wrote a cover letter making purported factual assertions about the case and asked you to consider additional evidence? Do you recall that?
Last month, yes.
And in his cover letter, did he reference things that Mr. Dominguez allegedly said to Dr. Weiner?
Yes.
Okay. So, and he wanted you to consider what Mr. Dominguez said to Dr. Weiner, correct?
Yes.
So, in order to consider what Mr. Vanderhook was requesting, did you need to review Dr. Weiner's report?
Yes, I would need to see the document in full, not just the cut and paste part.
So, which attorney contacted you and said, consider Dr. Weiner's report? Was it me or was it him?
Well, both of you. So originally the prosecution side gave me some information from that report, and then from the defense side asked me if I would need to review the whole report. So I said yes, since I was already provided part of it, so I would like to see the whole document.
So you would like to see the entire document, not just what Mr. Vanderhook said the document allegedly shows, correct?
Yes.
And did you review all the materials Mr. Vanderhook provided to you?
I did.
And did that change your opinion in any way?
It did not.
Now, because you were a court-appointed expert, both sides can call you as a witness, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So when you do work at the request of the district attorney, who gets the bill?
The district attorney.
Okay. And if you do work at the request of the public defender's office, who gets the bill?
The public defender.
So, Mr. Vanderhook was asking you about these essays that Mr. Dominguez allegedly wrote as an undergrad.
Yes.
Did he ever provide those to you?
He did not.
If he had provided them to you, would you have reviewed them?
Yes.
But would you have charged him for doing that?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just have to. I don't work for free. I wish I could afford that, but I cannot.
And the prosecutor was asking you about whether you reviewed Dr. Massey's testimony.
Yes.
And if he had provided you a transcript of Dr. Massey's testimony, would you have reviewed it?
Yes.
And if he had shown you the YouTube link that has Dr. Massey's entire testimony, would you have watched it?
Yes, I would.
Would you have charged him for it?
I would.
And I asked you to review some additional materials, correct?
Yes.
Did I provide you a partial transcript from Isaac Chessman?
You provided me the whole transcript, and you also provided me the link to the video, and you told me specifically which part of the video I should watch.
And did you watch it?
I did.
And did you review the transcript?
Yes.
And the stuff that you reviewed, are you going to send me a bill for that?
Yes, I will.
So, in other words, you will review anything Mr. Vanderhook asked you to review, but you're going to charge him for it, correct?
Yes.
And what is your hourly rate for document review?
$250 per hour.
Now, you said you were on a panel. Are there other experts on the panel who take appointments?
Yes.
Can someone actually retain you individually?
Yes.
Okay. And the other experts on the panel, can they be retained individually?
Yes.
So if the district attorney wanted to have an expert evaluate Mr. Dominguez, are there people who would they could hire to evaluate Mr. Dominguez?
Yes. Yes, in the panel and also outside the panel, there are many psychologists and psychiatrists in California and outside California that do forensic evaluations.
And are there psychologists and psychiatrists who do forensic evaluations for district attorneys?
Yes, many.
Now, will they do them for free, or do the district attorney have to pay for it?
Based on my knowledge, all my colleagues that I know, they all bill for their services.
Now, I want to talk to you about when you interview Mr. Dominguez, you don't ask him, hey, tell me everything you and your attorney talked about. That's not something you ask him, correct?
No, I do not ask that.
And that's because you understand, as an experienced psychologist doing forensic work, communications between attorneys and clients are absolutely confidential.
Yes.
And you also know, if I were to retain you as an expert, okay, until I decide to give your report to the district attorney, is everything we talk about confidential?
Yes.
So if I were to retain you and then you say I can't help you, does that remain confidential?
Yes.
But if you write a report and I intend to use it and give it to the district attorney, then it's no longer confidential.
Yes.
But if the district attorney were to hire their own expert, and that expert came back and said, I think he was suffering from florid psychosis, are they allowed to keep that to themselves, or do they have to give it to me?
They are not allowed to keep it to themselves. They would have to give it to you.
So in other words, if they had requested another doctor there might have been a fourth doctor, but they would have to pay for it.
Yes.
Did the district attorney ever ask you to consider a report from any doctor they hired?
They did not.
To your knowledge, did they ever even hire a doctor to evaluate Mr. Reales-Dominguez?
Objection, foundation, that's personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Dr. Reed, have you ever reviewed a report from Dr. Sarah Vinson?
No, I have not.
Prior to your testimony today, have you ever reviewed Dr. Vinson's report?
No.
Did you watch her testimony in court?
No.
So I'd like you to assume that a second psychiatrist testified and she agrees with your opinion, having reviewed your report, and Dr. Weiner, she agrees with your opinion that Mr. Reales-Dominguez was in a state of florid psychosis at the time of the charged offenses. And assume this expert is a professor of psychiatry at Morehouse School of Medicine and is a nationally recognized expert.
Sorry, guys. That's
Ask Newton.
I don't know. Hey, Newton, is that? Did Newton kick the? Oh, who kicked the? Who kicked the cord? Newton, did you kick the cord? Oh no! They're receiving video. Oh man. Well, thankfully her testimony, I think, was. I know. Nope, not on your end. You're still up. All right. Thanks. Appreciate that. So we're on their website and their YouTube channel. So Ember is playing with the cord, right? Trial Junkies. Well, we're still receiving the video. Maybe I'll just do a tap dance here. So we wait. Oh, maybe they're coming back. Oh wow. Oh, here they're coming back. Oh, this is brutal. All right, I think they'll be back in a second. Hang tight.
Was this anywhere
There we
in
go.
your report?
It is not.
Is there a difference between confidentiality and lying?
Yes, I do not believe those two words had the same meanings.
Okay, so if you performed work for a client that was confidential and you were asked a question about it, you would keep it confidential, correct?
Yes.
But you wouldn't say that it never happened or pretend that that didn't exist, because that would be a lie, correct?
Yes, I would tell the attorney about what the person told me.
Or if you can't talk about something, you would simply say, I can't talk about that.
You mean in court or?
If something was confidential and someone asked you a question about it, would you lie to them and say it didn't happen, or would you keep it confidential?
I would keep it confidential.
All right, nothing further.
Okay. All right. Dr. Reed.
Can I ask a follow-up, please?
No, we're done. Thank you. Dr. Reed, thank you very much for your testimony and your patience with the court. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And there's a document that
Yes,
I received.
we'll get to grab it for you. Thanks. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, Detective Matt Muscardini.
Okay, let's get Detective or Sergeant Muscardini. Can you grab that? Thank you. Sir, listen, do you understand you took an oath?
Yes,
Yeah, and you agree to abide by the oath?
I do.
Okay, then we're going to have you retake the witness stand. Thank you. We've got the, thank you. He's under oath. He understands that. We've got his spelling. And he was called, first we heard him in the people's case in chief, and then he was called later in the defense case in chief. And so he's still under as a defense witness. And we did finish watching the video. I just wanted to let you know that. And Mr. Hutchinson, just a moment. Let me grab my notes and then we'll get started. Okay, your witness.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, when you were last in court, we had approximately about an hour and 20 minutes of the recording to watch.
Yes.
When was the last time you watched that final hour and 20 minutes?
That was probably 2 to 3 weeks ago, and I didn't watch every minute of it because I wasn't there for most of it.
So you watched the remaining hour and 20 that included you, but not the portions of Mr. Torres and the other officer when they were just taking photos?
Correct.
You testified previously that you'd never reviewed any report written by Steve Ramos summarizing Mr. Dominguez's statements during that interview.
Yes.
As you sit here today, have you still never reviewed a report written by Mr. Ramos summarizing that interview?
Correct.
Once Mr. Ramos writes a report, it would go to Sergeant Bespich to review?
Yes, or another supervisor, but yes.
It wouldn't go to you unless you were in a supervisorial role at the time?
Correct.
Are you familiar with what a narrative summary for charging is?
Yes, somewhat.
What is a narrative summary of charging?
It basically outlines the probable cause for what the charges are and what they're arrested for.
And who is that sent to?
That's sent to, it's sent to the judge, it's sent to the DA's office.
Is it, and does the DA, what does the DA use that document for?
I believe they use that for charging and for arraignment. I don't know all the intricacies of that, but
you do know that oftentimes a charging decision has to be made before the full reports can be forwarded to the district attorney's office?
yes.
So should a narrative, in your opinion, should a narrative summary document be accurate?
Yes.
Should it be truthful?
Yes.
Should it be thorough enough so that the person reading it has an accurate understanding of what transpired in the event being described?
Yes.
Should it be misleading?
No.
Should a summary for, if it quotes, or if a summary for charging says that a suspect said specific things, is it important that the suspect actually said those things?
Objection 352, cumulative through Sergeant Bespich.
Yes.
And if a suspect never said such things, let's assume the police officer just made it up, would it be proper for that officer to write that statement in the report?
Objection argumentative.
No.
Do you remember when we were talking about how Sergeant Ramos, or Detective Ramos, kept trying to get Mr. Dominguez to say the knife was special to him?
Yes.
You remember that Mr. Dominguez had actually said going for walks was special for him?
Yes.
And you remember the part where Detective Ramos said something about Mr. Dominguez going on the internet the next day to see what I did? Remember him saying that?
It sounds familiar, but I don't know the exact wording.
And I remember I stopped you and said, I didn't hear Mr. Dominguez say that. Where did it come from? Do you recall that?
It sounds familiar, yes.
And you hadn't heard Mr. Dominguez say that either, correct?
I don't remember.
I'd like to show you what's been marked. Defendants did a QQ. Please read starting there, and let me know when you're done.
At 39? Or line 39?
The bottom part, and
Okay.
then follow on to the next page.
At Davis PD?
No, to yourself. All right.
Oh, sorry. I was like, okay.
We've actually seen it, but anyway, yeah, just read it to yourself. Read the whole thing. It's not that long.
Well, Sergeant Muscardini's reading that will object to foundation as any personal knowledge to that document hearsay as well.
Okay, the hearsay objections overruled, but the foundation, I think we've already established that through another witness, through the supervisor at Best Pitch.
Further than the first page?
Read on to the second page, sir.
Okay. Okay.
And sir, in that report, did you see Detective Ramos summarize what Mr. Dominguez allegedly said regarding the 3 stabbings?
Yes.
And the first stabbing related to David Breaux, it begins on this page.
Yes.
I'm not going to read it again. But it continues on to the second page.
Yes, it does.
And you were present during that interview?
Yes,
You watched that interview?
I did.
In your opinion, is what Steve Ramos wrote that Mr. Dominguez said, is that an accurate statement of what Mr. Dominguez said to you with respect to Mr. Breaux?
So just for the first one?
Yeah.
Objection speaks for itself.
Oh, overruled.
I mean, it looks very similar to me, yes, for what was said, for Breaux.
It's your opinion that what Steve Ramos said in this first paragraph is an accurate depiction or an accurate account of the words Carlos Dominguez said to you during that 7-hour interview?
Not actually, now that you went back to the first page, no, not all of it.
Is that how you would have written it, sir?
Objection.
Do you want to show him the first page? He just referenced it. Okay, no, he was a witness in the interview. He can testify to this. Yeah, so he can tell us what he experienced.
Would you like me to read it, sir?
No, that's good. I'm sorry, I don't remember what the question was.
Do you believe the statement that Steve Ramos gave describing Breaux, what allegedly Mr. Dominguez said with respect to Mr. Breaux, was true, accurate, thorough, and not misleading?
It's not completely accurate.
Is that how you would have wrote it if you were asked to write the summary?
No.
turning to the description of what he said regarding Mr. Najm.
Starting at line 6, is that what you're calling our attention to?
Yes, line 10, where he said, the only information Dominguez was willing to share about the Sycamore Lane homicide was the fact that he was at the park that night, stabbed him a lot of times, and fled westbound across the bike bridge. Do you believe that is a true, accurate, thorough, and not misleading account of what Mr. Dominguez actually said?
I don't believe that it's thorough. No, it's one sentence.
Is that how you would have written this?
I don't know.
Let's go to one that's maybe a little bit easier. The description of what Mr. Dominguez allegedly said at the tent of Miss Guillory, beginning on line 9, where Steve Ramos said, the only information Dominguez was willing to share about the L Street case was the fact he was at the tent the night of the stabbing, and he did an internet search the following day to see what I did. Now, you remember we asked the person who was saying you were at the tent, that was actually you who kept saying that. You remember?
Yes.
And this thing about the internet search, did you ever hear Mr. Dominguez ever say anything about doing an internet search to see what I did?
I don't remember that, no.
You remember Mr. Ramos just pulling that statement out of thin air at some point?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
You remember Detective Ramos just pulling that statement out of the air?
You mean him saying it,
Yeah.
or I don't remember him saying that.
Mr. Dominguez saying that, or Detective Ramos saying that?
I don't remember either of them saying that.
Based on your recollection, is this statement a true account of what Mr. Dominguez told you with respect to the stabbing of Miss Guillory?
The one we just went over?
Yeah.
No.
Is it an accurate account of what Mr. Dominguez said about Miss Guillory?
No.
Is it, would you agree, it is a misleading account of what Mr. Dominguez said about Miss Guillory?
Yes.
Okay, let's stop there. And thank you for your testimony. We just had a few minutes. We're going to get back to it. I really appreciate the patience with the court. And we are going to take our afternoon break, folks. I'm told it's Friday afternoon. So we have one more session to do today. And anyway, stretch your legs. Remember, don't discuss the substance, don't research, and don't investigate. Thank you, folks. That was the third. Off the record.
So I thought that was interesting. Ramos is not a good, doesn't seem like he's a good dude. Like, what's his story? He wanted to get Carlos so bad, wanted to get him so bad. I mean, you guys had his DNA, you had all this stuff on him. I don't know. All right, so let's see. We get back to, Miss Ree, Dr. Ree. So we get back after lunch. So observing DV from one parent to another. So he brings that up. That could be traumatic. Trying to intervene in a situation like that. One parent, first time we're hearing that. That could be traumatic. Then she talks about OCD. I think my notes say 50% of schizophrenics have OCD. So I hope I got that right. She talked about, the interview, this interview, that there was disorganized thinking, abnormal behavior. He suddenly got up and wanted to go to school. So he had delusions about wanting to go to school, even though he wasn't in school anymore. He would sit there for hours. He didn't eat, drink, or use the restroom. He would just stare at the wall. Carlos gave very short answers. He seemed very confused. Carlos was suffering from schizophrenia at the time of the charging, and that affected his thought process at the time of the charges. Then Cross comes in. He brings up the Delta 9. She's not familiar with it. I'm sorry. She is familiar with it, but she's not familiar with the psychoactive nature of it. She tries not to be biased, and in this case, she feels she is not. She doesn't have any doubt about the DNA, or about DNA, I should say. When someone passes malingering tests multiple times, that's a strong indication they are telling the truth. It's not a lie detector. If needed, she would not accept when someone is telling her if it contradicts the evidence. First-time incarceration is considered stressful. She says negative symptoms could switch to positive, right? So violent behavior may go away. He may be violent, but then he switches to another symptom. Facing serious charges has a strong motivation to lie about specific facts. She said, I wouldn't assume that because everyone is different. So this guy keeps going, well, this Carlos was just, he has a strong motivation to lie. Would they have a strong motivation to lie? She's like, well, not really, because she's been with people that people break down and cry because they feel they have remorse. They feel bad, I guess. Let's see. Would it give them a motive to lie? She's like, depending on the case. She kept going, saying that it could be either way. She says, if not facing the consequences, that could make you lie, of course. Didn't know that Carlos wrote a paper about DSM, but she didn't know that he took psych courses. He wrote another paper about stress. Carlos would like to go back to college and become a psychiatrist to help people. That was in part of her interview with him. He couldn't answer questions when when she pointed out his legal situation. That showed her his level of understanding of his situation. She didn't see self-esteem issues with his YouTube video because the break hadn't happened yet. She said it could have been there, but he most likely masked it, and he overcompensated, and he actually had social skills at that time. Then the state sent her an article yesterday about this Rosenhan study. She says she's not familiar with that. She is trained to be concise, so that's her approach. So she's talking about some reports are very long. I think Dr. Weiner's report was like 133 pages. I didn't catch how long her report was, but I'm guessing it's a lot shorter than 133. She met Carlos only one time, December 11th, for 3 hours. She didn't know about the knife being washed. That was definitely a sidebar. She knew about the false name. Let's see, more than once, yes, but not sure. Okay, yeah. Oh, then he talks about the false address, date of birth. She doesn't remember. Then we come back for redirect. The prosecutor was criticizing you for about this report, and he got cut off by the judge. Which attorney contacted you to consider Dr. Weiner's report, me or him? And she says both. State first, but then asked the defense for the whole report. So the state didn't even give her the full report. So she reviewed all reports the state provided, and that did not change her opinion. Both sides can call her because she's court appointed, so both sides can call her. Whoever calls her pays the bill. The essays were never provided to her by the state. So the state brought up these essays, but they were never provided to her. We heard that yesterday too. The state's like bringing the stuff and they're not providing these experts with they're asking them questions and they're not providing them that information. I don't know. This is not. I'm not digging where the state's heading right now. Defense, let's see, she doesn't work for free. She said she would have to charge for that review. The defense provided entire transcripts of Chessman along with a video. She said she will send a bill for that. She'll charge the state for any review she does. She charges $2.50 an hour. Then they talk about she was on this panel of experts. She said, yeah, they can all be retained. Conversation between her and the defense is confidential until a report is written. If the state has an expert and says Carlos has psychosis, they would have to report that to the defense. The state doesn't have an expert. That's so. Oh, all right, Alex, you taking off? Have a great weekend. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Always good to see you in our chat. All right. And then a recross came back. what's the difference between lying and being confidential, having confidential? And then they kind of talked about that. Now we're listening to Sergeant Matthew Muscardini. Oh yeah, that's right. Stop in tomorrow. I totally forgot. Thank you, Follow. Yeah. For anybody leaving us today, don't forget tomorrow at noon we're doing our 1-year anniversary stream. So let's see, Sergeant Muscardini. We still have an hour and 20 minutes of video left to watch. Let's see. He did not read Detective Ramos's report. He remembers Ramos trying to get Carlos to say the night was special to him, but Carlos actually said going on walks was special. The whole, see what I did search on the internet. He doesn't remember Carlos saying that. He would have written the report differently. He would have written the report differently. Same in regards to David Breaux, he would have written that part differently. He would have written the internet search. He would have written that differently. He doesn't remember either of them saying that. Is this statement a true statement? He says no. Is it accurate? This was with Kimberlee, with the attack on her in the tent. Was that statement a true account? Nope. Is it accurate? Nope. Is it misleading? Yep. Detective Ramos, what are you doing? What are you doing? Let's see. What day is it today? Today is Friday. It is the 30th, Father. Yeah. Let's see if they actually get to it, Baca. Or maybe they won't play it. I don't know. We'll see. All right. My feed has ended, so I got to come back here. Wait for the feed to kick back in. And Newton with the slow pans. I love the slow pans and the slow zoom ins, and very nice. Soon to be kitten weekend. Yeah, Nan. Oof. Yep. I took did you see the video I posted yesterday of me petting Polly? You guys, I didn't tell you this. She projectile vomited, poor thing. Like Linda Blair, full on Linda Blair. Blah. Luckily it was down towards the ground. She was inside. And it was mostly water, a little bit of food here and there, but it was basically also a big hairball. But I think it was after that I pet her, or before. I think it was after that. Can we keep him? Can we keep? Oh yeah. What do you want? Yes, of course. What do you want him to film? What do you want? What? You're just throwing these things out. What do you want to film? Yeah, Pammy, it was so sad. We were just hanging out inside because once she does not like to be inside. So we know now, she's pregnant. We do not want her out at night, right? So we usually bring her in around 8 o'clock, and we hang out inside now. And so she was just she just yacked up. I know. It was sad. It was sad. Yep. At least that's not going to be one of her issues coming up, a hairball. That's true. Will kittens interrupt the live tomorrow? Could be. Could be. All the trials we watch, we need Newton. I don't know how that works out. I don't know how that works. Who the pool camera is. If that's, the large stations, or I don't know. I got to talk to Newton about that. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Polly is in her 9th week. That is the typical gestation period timing for cats. She is literally I think halfway through her 9th week. I think it'll be 10 weeks come Monday or Tuesday. So they do say if they go after 9 weeks, kind of have to be concerned, but I'm actually kind of hoping it's this weekend, just to just so we can sort it out. We have a birthing room, which is our pantry in our bathroom. It was a bedroom bathroom situation. We turned it into our pantry. So we've set up. I think I've told you guys. We set up. We've got a pool, a blow up pool. Oh no, we're starting to drop frames. Shoot. We're starting to drop frames. Uh-oh. Seems like we're dropping frames, you guys.
Yeah, it's just...
We're dropping frames.
What do you want to do? Do you want me to stop this?
Yeah, maybe.
Because it's just red.
Yeah.
Stop?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, we might be experiencing some internet issues. Yeah, that's definitely what Newton is filming next, so we can follow after Lori for sure. Yeah, getting seasick. Yeah, I'm getting sick on that. Oh, with Shore, that was ridiculous. And he would zoom in, right? Remember that, Brad? I think I posted that. He would zoom in on the nose hairs, the chin hairs. It was like just too much.
I don't know what's going on.
Yep, just refresh, sit still. Seems like this happened to us yesterday around this time. Seems like this happened to us yesterday too. So, yeah. Yes, Aaron is here. All right, looks like we might be okay. It's so weird, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, back to red. Yeah, usually there's a pool camera, Fala, pool operator, and it's determined, like if it's a big trial, I don't know how that's determined, but you know, the big dogs, they work that out. But these smaller trials, then that's like the local news channel. So I don't know how they would, I'm not sure how they would figure that out. But for the bigger trials like Kohlberger or Karen Reed, that's usually it's they figure out who the pool operator is, and then they kick it out to everybody, and then all you have to do. That's what I did with Sarah Boone. That's with Scott and all that, with Recovery Addict, all that. His equipment, I went down there and plugged into the board. But there's one camera operator. Actually, Jules knew the camera operator.
Oh, it's Court TV.
Yeah, he was from Court TV. She knew him. So you have one camera operator, the pool feed basically. They send it out, and then you tap into that. So there's not like 5 camera operators. There's just one. And you paused it there?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah.
It's not streaming. Is it?
And we're just waiting for the feed to come back. I'm sorry, I'm meaning YouTube. I'm waiting for YouTube to come back. Oh, I got kicked back. Yeah. All right, that's what happened. You're living in fantasy land? I know. It's okay. That's just a job that I don't want to tackle right now, Fala. That's... Oh, okay, they're back. Hold on. Let me grab this. We got a feed. Hold on. Get you back inside. Okay, here we go.
Interview of Mr. Dominguez through the two-way mirror while you and Mr. Ramos were conducting it.
I don't think so.
Do you recall that basically the day Mr. Dominguez was transported to Yoga County Jail, May 4th, that Chief Pytel held a press conference with other representatives from the Davis government?
Yes.
Were you at that press conference?
I was at a press conference. I don't remember if it was that one.
Who, if you know, who provided Chief Pytel with the information that Mr. Dominguez allegedly said during that interview?
I have no idea.
Did you ever brief Chief Pytel?
No.
To your knowledge, did Chief Pytel watch the video?
I don't know.
Do you know if Steve Ramos briefed Chief Pytel about what was said during that interview?
I don't know.
Did you yourself ever have a conversation with Chief Pytel about your observations of Mr. Dominguez during that interview?
I don't think so, no.
Were you ever present when Steve Ramos had a conversation with Chief Pytel about what Mr. Dominguez said during that interview?
Objection seems that's on evidence.
No.
Did you ever have a conversation when Chief Pytel was present whether you saw any evidence of mental illness in Mr. Dominguez?
No.
And this is a yes or no question. Did you ever hear Chief Pytel make any representations to anyone about whether there was any evidence of mental illness?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any question by the prosecution?
One obvious question or I shouldn't say obvious question because then we'd know it. One question with an obvious answer, Sergeant Muscardini. You're not Steve Ramos, are you?
I am not.
Right. So, I'll go down the rabbit hole for a moment with this. You don't know how he thinks, correct?
I don't.
You don't think necessarily the same way he does?
No.
Just like you don't think the same way that many other officers think, correct?
Correct.
You being officers, peace officers, all write differently, correct?
Yes.
And your reports are written differently, right?
Yes.
And so even though you wouldn't have written this summary, which is 17 lines of a 7.5-hour interview as it relates to stabbings of 3 people, that doesn't mean that, well, let me rephrase that. This summary that you were shown in the defense exhibit, was it 17 lines of text to describe the 3 stabbings that had taken place between April 27th and May 1st of 2023?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
In showing you that exhibit, if I may approach?
Okay. That sounds about right. I don't think there's a real dispute about the number of lines.
Just looking at that, does it look like less than 20 lines?
Yes.
And so those 20 lines in a report, that's a summary, fair to say that that leaves out significant evidence that was obtained and collected during the course of that week-long stretch of stabbings.
Yes.
Now, as the summary, being a summary, doesn't include the actual physical evidence, the DNA, the knife, the sheath, the bloody clothes that were recovered from the scenes and Mr. Dominguez as well, correct?
Correct.
And so the summary itself is used for charging considerations, correct?
Yes.
But then that is taken in conjunction with the physical evidence that is obtained by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And so the summary, while there is dispute as to what that summary should or should not have contained, does that summary change the fact that David Breaux was stabbed 31 times?
No, it does not.
Does it change the fact that Karim Abou Najm was stabbed 52 times?
No.
Does it change the fact that Kimberlee Guillory was stabbed in the back twice?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Any follow-up?
Can I see the document? Or nothing out.
Does this document I showed you say anything about how many times Mr. Breaux, Mr. Abou Najm and Ms. Guillory were stabbed?
It does not.
Sir, I do agree you are not Steve Ramos. And you don't, as you sit here today, you still do not know who made the decision that in the most important case in the Davis Police Department history that Steve Ramos would be the lead person conducting that interview. You still don't know who made that call.
Objection asked and answered outside the scope.
Overruled.
I don't.
But you do know that there were supervisors watching through the glass, correct?
Actually, I don't.
Well, you did leave at times during the interview?
I did.
At the time you left, was there ever a discussion by anyone where they said, you know what? Maybe in the most important case, maybe Steve Ramos is not the person we want conducting this interview. Did anyone ever bring up that issue?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. Sergeant, thank you for your testimony over these many days. I appreciate it. And
Thank
have
you.
a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson.
That's what we call Shannon Bly.
Okay, Ms. Bly, I would like you to take the oath and the witness stand. We'll go through that.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause of nothing for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Shanna Bly, SHANNABLY.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Hutchinson, direct.
Ms. Bly, I'd like to go back to some of the photos you took on March 27th. I'd like to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit C. This was previously shown to Justin Schaefer. Ms. Bly, do you recognize what's depicted in what's photo C2?
I do.
And what is this?
This is one of the paths that run in an east-west fashion. This one's a little curved through Sycamore Park in Davis.
Is this the path where Mr. Abou Najm was stabbed?
No, this, I believe this is intended to be more of a footpath, while that is more of a bike lane. But it runs generally parallel to
Let me go
it.
through the photos again, because you see, we zoom in, do you see the entrance to the bike overpass at the end?
Yes,
Okay. And now follow this down. Do you see this?
I
as well?
apologize, yes.
Okay. So is this, which path is this?
This is the bike path facing towards the bridge.
And we see a little bit of a cement here. Do you know what is at that cement?
That's Mr. Abou Najm's memorial.
And was this taken in the general area where Mr. Abou Najm died?
I believe so, yes.
Now, are there other, next to this bike path, is there a grassy area?
There is.
Okay, and describe that grassy area.
The grassy area separates this bike path from the footpath that I was describing earlier. That's on the other side of it, and the grassy area is raised with trees.
And where is the footpath on relation to this photo?
The footpath, if you can see the art installation, sort of center in the picture, iridescent, it's on the other side of that, down a slight hill.
And did you walk along both paths?
I did.
Okay. Standing on the bike path, are you able to see over the knoll to see people walking on the footpath?
No, it's a raised space between the two paths.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit C4. What does this depict?
That is what I was describing earlier as the footpath. That's where it enters the park from Sycamore.
And when you took photos on March 27th, did we walk along this path?
We did. We walked along both paths.
And in the area immediately over the knoll from Mr. Abou Najm's memorial, can you see that area can you see the memorial or the bike path?
You cannot.
And is this, I'm showing you Defense Exhibit C5. What does this show?
That is the footpath with a little bit of distance. I'm taking that from the center of basically the open field, and with the art installation that's on the knoll between the two paths.
And it appears the knoll on the west side of the art installation, is the knoll, does it appear to be higher than it is on the, my direction, on the east side of the art installation, does the knoll appear to be higher than it is on the west side?
It is.
And using my cursor, where would approximately the area where Mr. Abou Najm died, where would that be, using my cursor to direct it?
It's. I have the pointer. You can't see it because the knoll is blocking, but it's roughly in this space back behind here on the other side of the knoll.
And additionally, based on your observations, if someone had run through the grass, not on the footpath, would they be able to see over the knoll?
I don't believe so.
And would someone on the other side of the knoll be able to see them?
I don't think so.
And Defense C6, is this just another angle of the footpath?
It is.
Coming from the closer to the playground area?
Yes, that's more on the closer to the playground, more on the west side of the park.
Ms. Bly, I want to ask you an unrelated issue. How long have you been with the Public Defender's Office?
I was an intern, then I was an investigator, and then I was chief. So just under 25 years, I believe.
You're familiar with the concept of attorney-client confidentiality?
I am.
Are you familiar with the concept of attorney-client privilege?
I am.
And do those concepts also apply to investigators working on a case for the Public Defender's Office?
They do. We're subject to the same confidentiality as part of the defense team.
So anything that a client says to us in confidence, is that covered by attorney-client privilege?
Yes.
And do people who are knowledgeable of that know that it is improper to ask a criminal defendant what they said to their attorney?
Yes.
And Ms. Bly, if we were to hire an expert, until we decide to use that expert, is that covered by confidentiality?
It is.
And would someone knowledgeable know that you should not ask what someone said to, let me rephrase that question. Were you aware that we had retained Dr. Vincent? Yes or no?
Yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Dominguez had met with Dr. Vincent?
Yes.
But until we disclose that report to the district attorney, was that meeting with Dr. Vincent absolutely confidential?
It was.
I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. So that were a couple very narrow areas of inquiry from the prosecution.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Bly, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson.
Defense recall Sonia Rocha.
Okay, Ms. Rocha, we're going to do this again. Thank you.
You do solemnly swear that this you're about to give and the cause now before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Sonia Rocha, SONYA ROCHA.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rocha.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Bly testified to some photos she took on March 27th.
Yes,
On March 27th, did we take a field trip to Davis and take photos at multiple locations?
we did.
Were you present at the photos that Ms. Bly testified to?
Yes,
Did we also take photos at other locations?
we did.
And how was it divided up? Did Ms. Bly take all the photos? Did you take all the photos? How did we do that?
No, we divided them up. I took some and Ms. Bly took some.
Were we all three present, though, when all the photos were taken?
Yes, we were.
Over the lunch hour, did I show you a approach with Defense Exhibit SS? And it has a label on it. Take a look at that.
Stipulate.
Okay, thank you.
Does that show 11 photos that you took on March 27th?
Yes, I believe so.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay, granted.
Ms. Roach, I'm showing you what's been marked as a Defense Exhibit SS Photo 1. What does this show?
That is a photo facing north. I was standing at the corner on Olive Drive, facing the entrance to the Ryder Apartments.
Now, are the actual Ryder Apartments visible in this photo?
No,
And you see a little house here.
yeah,
Where is the Ryder Apartments in relation to that house?
it's in back of that house to the right.
There appears to be a parking area here.
Yes,
What is that parking for?
that's the parking area for the Ryder Apartments.
And if you were to zoom in, at the very end, is there a fence there?
Yes,
What, if you were to walk to that fence and go, what is on the other side of that fence?
it's the tracks,
What tracks?
the train station tracks, the Davis train station tracks.
Are these tracks that run east and west through Davis?
Yes,
And where is the train station in relation to this area right here?
it's further north on, right, in back of those tracks.
Is it on the north side of the tracks?
Yes,
Showing you what's been marked photo, Defense Exhibit SS Photo 2, what does this show?
that is just a closer up photo of the entrance to Ryder Apartments facing north.
And if you zoom in, on this part of is the fence fully connected, or is there an opening in the fence?
There's an opening.
And can you see the general where that opening is in this photo?
Yes,
Do you have your pointer?
yes. It is right there.
And can you describe what that opening is?
It's an opening, it had a chain on it, but you're able to go through. I was able to fit through that.
Is it marked no trespassing?
Yes.
But did we put our bodies partially through it to see if we would fit?
Yes.
Did it appear that you would fit?
Yes, I would fit.
And, ma'am, am I a lot bigger than you?
Yes.
But did it appear that even I would fit through that opening?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 3. What is this? Oh, excuse me. Defense Exhibit SS Photo 3. What does this show?
Those are the Ryder apartments.
And you remember we saw that little house? Where is that in relation to this photo?
The house would be more south of the Ryder apartments. It's right in front as you're coming into the Ryder apartment parking lot.
This area over this fenced-in area, were you able to see what's in there?
I believe there was trees in there.
And kind of where would the house be from this photo? It's not depicted, but where can you use your pointer to indicate where the house would be?
The house would be more off into this area.
Does this appear to be an old Davis farmhouse that had an apartment complex built around it?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit SS Photo 4. What does this show?
That's a photo.
Go back, sorry.
That's a photo of the end of the parking lot of the Ryder Apartments and facing north, and it's showing the fence.
If, going back to the first photo, if you were just to go down that driveway, that entranceway and keep going straight, would you basically go directly to the opening?
Yes.
And again, zooming in, this shows the opening. Here's chains around it.
That's correct.
And here's the private property, no trespassing.
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit SS Photo Photo 5. What does this show?
That is a close-up of the opening in the fence with the chain wrapped around it.
And although we did not take photos, did we stick our bodies through that to see if we could fit?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit SS.
That's
It's Photo 6. What did this show?
That's a photo facing east, and it is directly behind the Ryder Apartments.
So where is the opening to the fence in relation to this photo? If you're standing right here, where is the opening?
You would have to, if I'm facing that way, facing east, you would have to turn to your left to be able to see the opening.
And from the position where you're standing, is that opening basically directly to your left?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to Defense Exhibit SS, Photo 7. What does this show?
That's a photo from the corner of 2nd and K facing north.
2nd and K. And is this portion of 2nd Street a paved road?
No, it's not paved.
And so, were you present when Jose Anaya testified? If not,
I don't recall.
so I'm zooming in. This street right here, there's a bike lane there. Was that our bike?
No.
Was it just happen to be there?
Yes.
This street right here, what is that?
That's K Street.
And if we were to go just one block to the east, What street is that?
That would be L Street.
And is that the street where Ms. Guillory was stabbed?
Yes.
There appears to be a fence, or some sort of a brick fence. What is on the other side of that fence?
That would be the PG&E station.
Showing you what's been marked, Defense Exhibit SS Photo 8. What does this show?
That is also a photo of that cement or brick wall on 2nd Street.
And do you recall seeing photos that were taken at the time, the morning after Ms. Guillory's stabbing, that showed a downed power pole or log in this area?
I do.
When we took the photos, and you recall seeing there had been a gravel pile and an overturned chair near that log?
Yes.
When we took these photos on March 27th, was there still a pole there?
No.
Was there still a overturned chair?
No.
Could you see remnants of the gravel pile though?
Yes.
So this is photo SS8. I'm going to go to photo 9. What does this depict?
That is also a photo of the brick wall where the PG&E station is on 2nd Street.
And does this show the area where there was kind of the remnants of the gravel pile?
Yes.
Where is that at?
It's right in here.
Showing you what's... Now, if someone is standing here and looking east, what do they see?
You would see further down on 2nd Street heading towards L Street.
And what's been marked Defense Exhibit SS, photo 10. What does this show?
That's what you would see if you would turn and face east.
So if someone were to walk down east, would they run into 2nd and L?
Yes, where your cursor is, that would be L Street.
And if someone were to take a left and head north, is that essentially the area where Ms. Guillory was stabbed?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Breaux, going back to photos 9, if someone were to be, imagine where that log was, if someone had sat on that log and looked out south, or southwest, what would they see?
The Ryder Apartments.
Were the Ryder Apartments clearly visible from this location?
Yes, they were.
Did you go to any other locations that day to take photographs?
Yes, we did.
Did you go to downtown Davis?
Yes.
Did we go to the UC Davis store?
Yes, the bookstore, yes.
And did you take photos near that bookstore?
I did.
And where was that bookstore located?
It was located or is located at, I believe, 630 2nd Street. I took photos from the corner of 2nd and F.
2nd and F?
Yes.
And were you able to see security cameras on the Davis bookstore?
Yes.
Were these security cameras clearly visible from the street and sidewalk?
Yes.
Did you take pictures of those?
I did.
So showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 11, or excuse me, Exhibit SS Photo 11. What does this show?
That is a photo of the cameras that I located there from UC Davis, the bookstore.
So these cameras, the two that are close to each other, what street are they? Well, do they appear to be angled?
Yes.
But what street are they facing if they weren't angled? If they were just going straight, what street would they be facing?
If they were going straight, they would be facing 2nd Street.
Is this 2nd Street right here, or is 2nd Street?
2nd Street, that is not 2nd Street. 2nd Street is you can't see it in that photograph.
Photo 11. this street right here. Can you see which it is?
I believe that one is the one your cursor was pointing to. I believe that was 2nd Street, and the cross street is F.
But could you, were these cameras clearly visible from the sidewalk?
Yes, they were.
Would they have been visible from the street if you were riding by?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Prosecution?
No questions.
Okay, Ms. Rocha, thank you again.
Thank you.
Yep, appreciate your testimony. Yes. Okay. To the jury, feel free to stand up and stretch. I'm going to meet with the lawyers in the hallway about scheduling. Thank you. Off the record.
All right, I think he used to live there, or Kaylee used to live there, or Nathan moved there. There's something about that Ryder apartment complex that he's suggesting, meaning Mr. Hutchinson is suggesting that, because he keeps talking about these apartment complexes and the railroad tracks and all this stuff, and I just did a search through my notes, and I think either Nathan moved there or Kaylee lived there. She moved out of the Ryder apartment, so I think maybe they were living there. So I think he's suggesting that Carlos took walks and he would go sit on this log across the railroad tracks, and he would look wistfully at the apartments. But what this has to do with him then going and stabbing Kimberlee, I have no idea. I really have no idea. And then the same thing with so that was Sonia Rocha, and then Shanna Bly showing pictures of the bike path facing the bridge, Karim's memorial. I'm kind of lost on that. I really don't know what Mr. Hutchinson is going for. So he's suggested quite a lot of things. He has suggested DV. He suggested SA on Carlos. He keeps going on and on about this Ryder apartments and the tracks and a stump and pole that was down and gravel. I'm just not quite sure what. Just not quite sure what that all means yet. I wish he would tie it up somehow. But hey, what's up, Zach? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Always good to see you. Sidebar about scheduling. Newton says most likely out of witnesses, which means Carlos is up for Monday. Oof. He can still decide not to, right? I mean, we saw that with I forget which case we were following. It was the Marine in Florida, the Marine woman who shot her husband, and she was supposed to testify, and then as they said, "Hey, are you ready to testify?" She's like, "Nope, I don't want to testify." Not that Carlos may have the wherewithal, state of mind to decide that at the last minute, but yeah, that'll be really interesting.
Back on the record, thank you, counsel, working on scheduling, and we're getting close to being done with the defense case, but we have more testimony next week, okay? And we're right on schedule based on what I told you earlier. We're going to excuse you here in just a moment. And right now, the plan is full work day on Monday, Tuesday, half day on Wednesday morning only, and then full Thursday and Friday. That's what I'm planning for next week, although we may adjust on that. So that's the plan. And I think that's where we're at right now. Again, my goal is to get this case to you at the end of next week. That's what I'm working towards, and so we'll just keep working towards that. But we're getting there. So with that, no reason to overthink this. You have a 3-part admonition that's in effect at all times. Do not discuss the substance of this case. Do not form any opinions. Don't research. And I'll see you Monday at 9:30 for a full day of evidence. Monday at 9:30. Thank you, folks. Have a great weekend. Off the record.
All right. So next week, Monday and Tuesday will be full. Next Wednesday is only going to be morning only. The goal is to get it to the jury by the end of next week. So when will Carlos testify? Seems like maybe next week. Oh, the only reason I say that is we have Lori next week. Oh, that's going to be really interesting. All right. They are done for the day. Yep. They are done for the day. That's it. Class dismissed. Class dismissed early. Class is dismissed. All right. Well, oh, wait. Nope. They always do that to us. They always cut us off early. Hate when they do that. Hey, Gina, how are you? Happy Friday to you. We're gonna dual stream, Moki. We're not going to pick one or the other. We'll dual stream. The only thing that will suffer is my my recaps, because I'm only going to be able to focus on one. So, anyway, not ready. All night stream. All night stream. All right. So we heard from, just a kind of brief recap. We heard had some pretty good testimony. We heard from Sergeant Best Pitch. That's like one of my favorite names now. Capri Law's new name is Capri Best Pitch. We heard from the psychologist. We've heard from multiple psychiatrists. Now we heard from a psychologist, Dr. Ree. She was really good. I thought her testimony was pretty important in the sense that she was court appointed, and she concluded as well that Carlos was schizophrenic at the time of the stabbings, at the time of his charging, and he still is. He still continues to be schizophrenic. Then we heard from Sergeant Muscardino. He and they brought in Detective Ramos and how much he cooked the books. He definitely lied. He stretched the truth. He wasn't accurate in his interview with Carlos, and then the report he wrote, the summary of charges he wrote. He was writing in untruths. He was writing inaccurate information. So that's not cool. Then Shanna Bly and Sonia Rocha, they were just talking about photographs, and I'm pretty sure that Ryder apartment complex, I think either Carlos lived there, or Kaylee lived there, or Nathan moved there. There was something really important with that, even though he hasn't really said. Hutchinson hasn't just come right out and said boom, but I think that's kind of what that's all about. So, all right. They're going over the Fifth Amendment. Cool. Let's see. Let me pull up what. Oh, and he's speaking. Great. Yeah, we don't have a feed, so. He's full on speaking, huh? Yes, Father, yes. I see. It's a delay. There's nothing I can do, you guys. There's nothing I can do. Scroll up. Okay. Oh my God, he's speaking. We do not have it. Of course we don't. Let's see, asked if he's sane, enabled body to stand trial. Oh, that stinks. I hate that we can't see this. You want to know frustration, guys? I'm experiencing severe frustration right now. This is the face of severe frustration. We're like missing the best part. I hate this. He said, yes, Your Honor, to every question. Cool. Yeah, we'll do, get a head out, give me 10. Okay. All right. What am I supposed to do? Therapist, you know how to get a hold of me. Maybe Newton is going to call in 10 minutes. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me go get my Newton phone. Hang tight. All right, hang tight, guys. I'm going to text Newton here. Let's see. Let's see. All right, let's see if we can get get Newton to call in. And just so you guys know, there's about, I think it's about maybe 10 to 15 second delay. So when I'm saying something, or when I'm saying something, it takes about 10 or 15 seconds to get to where you guys are. So when you guys are telling me something in chat, I see it, then there's like a delay. So just so you know. So be patient with me, and I know that you guys are trying your best. I'm trying my best as well. So we're seeing if Newton wants to call in, if he's able to call in. It's okay, Fala. It's not. There's no harm. I'm just trying to explain the situation. It's not you. Good night, Kathy. Oh, OnlyFan is back with us. Ooh, I can do two birds with one click. Hello to OnlyFan. Good night to Kathy Davis. Yeah, have a good weekend to you as well. That seems to be the word on the street, Deanna. It seems to be the word on the street. We're going to hear from Carlos. We're going to hear from Newton because they cut the feed, but he was still talking. So we're going to hear what he said. Girlfriend lived at Ryder. Yep, she moved out of the Ryder apartment, so that's why he was going back. And I think, and then, yeah, she moved out of the Ryder apartment September or October of 2022. So he lived there. So he lived there because she moved in with him, right? Is that where they lived? So he lived there. So but I don't know why. I don't know why Mr. Hutchinson is being like so kind of coy with that. I'm not sure about that. How much of it is his camera and how much of it is, I don't know. We'll have to ask him about that. I don't know how much of it is his equipment versus the courts. I really have no idea. Now, why would I be peeved at you if I have to go back to the P.O. box again? Why would I do that? Oh, that reminds me. We have received quite a lot of gifts that we will do an unveiling hopefully tomorrow. We're thinking tomorrow, or we got I went to the P.O. box today, and there were probably 7 or 8 packages. So I'm trying to figure out when to open those. It may be tomorrow. It may be Monday. I got to figure that out. Because it's not close? Oh, okay. Well, I'm probably going to go once a week. That's usually my thing, is to go once a week, Fala. So we're just waiting potentially for Newton to call us. I texted him, just giving him some time to break down. I understand all of that. All this takes time. All right, hot off the presses from Aaron. All right, over there, producer Aaron. No jury has been seated in Lori's trial, so she was sick today. So she will not start on Monday.
They're hoping Monday afternoon.
Monday, or they may start Monday afternoon. So just so you know that. If you send something from Amazon, it will say it can't be delivered by Amazon. It will say it's delivered when they get it out of the box, so don't panic. Yes, yes. Okay, cool. Do you want to call in, Newton, or 105 degrees here? Do you want to call in, or what do you want to do? I sent you a text. There you go. Okay, cool. All right. All right, hang tight. Yes, Lori Vallow was apparently sick today.
So it was after lunch.
All right, hold on, guys. Hello.
Hey.
How are you, man? Yep.
Pretty good, except the heat. My God, all my stuff is in the car right now from the Airbnb moving to the new place in Davis. It's like torturous in here.
Yeah, I saw it's like triple digits. They're like under a heat advisory and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So first of all, thank you for doing what you're doing with us in the chat. We love you. We love that, and then also for calling in, man. This is really cool. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no problem.
So I hate the fact that they kill the feed. They do this every day, right? They kill the feed like right as the judge is continuing talking, and so we miss all kinds of stuff. So what actually happened that we didn't see?
So I did actually end up recording it on my end internally on my camera. I just have to go home and put it on the laptop because I have to get going because they want to leave for the weekend.
Right.
But I do it right away. When Dan Hutchinson said, "Can we do a sidebar?" That witness was over, and I knew that there was probably not going to be another witness for that day.
Mm-hmm.
So that meant that he was going to do his Holy Mary throw, and that's the Carlos situation right there. So
right.
They talked in the sidebar. They didn't do it in the open this time either. They went to the back and talked. And then they came out. The judge said, "Okay, so we're going to be calling it a day for now." And my understanding now that our next witness, since we're done with all the official witnesses, is going to be Carlos. And then he asked Carlos, and he said, "Can we put the mic in front of Carlos' face so we can, speak clearly?" And Carlos said, "Yes, I understand, Your Honor." He's like, "I want to tell my side of the story." And then they asked him, "Okay, you're able-bodied, you're sane to speak, you're giving up your Fifth Amendment rights, waiving them completely." And then he asked it a second time. He said, "Yes, Your Honor," 8 times to every single question.
Wow. 8?
And then he said, yeah. And then the judge said, "All right, I'm looking forward to seeing this on Monday then." And he said, "I'm looking forward to it too.
Wow. So it's official. He's going to testify on Monday. Is that going to be first thing, or is there going to be somebody else?
No, first thing, they're out of witnesses.
Wow.
That's why we ended a little early today too. Is that obviously you wouldn't want to put your main witness, for just 10 minutes. That's
Right.
killer.
Right. Hey, so you said you have it recorded on your camera. Are you going to put that up on your channel at all, or because we'll stream that even if it's for 5 seconds or whatever it was, a minute? What are you going to do with that?
I might put it up. Fortunately, I didn't get like the first 5 seconds because it happened really fast when they came out.
Yeah.
But I got everything else of him talking. So
Yeah. Hey, man, throw that up on your channel, and then we'll stream it, and we'll try and because that's valuable, because I don't think anybody has that. So you would have it. That would be awesome.
exactly, yeah.
Cool.
Pretty good. Yeah. So 9:30 a.m. Pacific time, right?
Yep. Oh, Deanna's going to be there. She's saying that she'll be there on Monday. So you guys know each other, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So Fala's asking, does Hutchinson seem to want him to testify?
Does he what?
Does Hutchinson seem to want Carlos to testify?
Oh yeah. It's completely. He said it too. He asked him the questions, and he said, "Yes, my client is fully prepared and understands what he's getting himself into. He's waiving his rights. He knows and understands it completely."
Right. Cool. All right.
There's a lot of jaw drops when they came out and said that. People were like,
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, because everybody's like, no, he's going to get destroyed on cross, but that may be maybe the jury will sympathize with him even more. I don't know. I mean, they can't not find him not guilty. They have to find him guilty, but where's he going to go? Is he going to go to a hospital, or is he going to go to a prison? Like we were talking the other day. That's where it boils down.
Yeah, and I think Carlos, dude, if you're in this situation too, you're going to get destroyed either way on cross.
Yeah.
And I think he's fine with that. He's making amends with this because there's nowhere else he's going. He's going to get locked up no matter what. There is no and if or buts about that situation. It's just how he's going to get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you got to come to terms with it, and he's not sane enough, but he's under the medication where it's allowing him to actually talk now. And instead of muttering words or that type of stuff.
Right. Yeah. No, it's going to be interesting. That's going to be a really fascinating day, and I can't wait for it. Do you have anything? You have anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Well, I mean, it's also good for a learning perspective too, because we're still the past 50 years learning about it. I have family members in that field and line of work as well, so I've actually been around this my entire life.
Oh wow!
At a very young age, I saw and witnessed way too much. So, for a learning perspective too, this is going to be great for people that are getting into this field or want to learn more, because especially how many breaks and how fast this break happened to him, at onset, everything was kind of good, and he was trying to impress people with that video, that YouTube video that he posted. He was trying to make friends all the time, overly making friends,
Right.
It was great, but he was hiding a lot inside internally, and no one to really talk about it, and no one really cared except for his sister and brother. But
right, and they're too young. I mean, they're too young. She's Mia's only 13 or something, right? So back then, 2 years ago, I mean, she's 11. What's she gonna do? She can't do anything.
Exactly.
So
this is a different type, obviously, but it's a great learning experience for people and to understand the mind and also the mentality of men. I'm sorry, but it's obviously going to happen more to men, and it happens at a younger age than to women when it happens. So
right.
It's a different story completely than what we're normally used to.
Right. So Deanna says she's asking if you want her to bring snacks. Should she bring snacks for you on Monday?
Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, of course. I can't say no to that.
All right, sounds good, man. All right, I'll let you go, and appreciate you calling in. And let us know when you have that video uploaded. I'll send people over to your channel. We'll get you, get people watching there, and then if it's okay, we'll stream it over here at a point in time, because it's only going to be like, what, 5 minutes or something?
Yeah, a few minutes, that's all.
Okay.
Short and quick.
So maybe tell me when it's uploaded, and then like maybe on whenever it's uploaded, I'll stream it before we go live.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
All
All right, cool, man. All right, have a great weekend.
Oh, yeah, you too.
All right, thanks, man. Okay, bye. All right, thank you, Newton, for calling in. That is fantastic. And Deanna, you're going to be there as well. Oh, this is so exciting. Shirley saying thank you, thanks again. This is fantastic. Will it be legal to upload that? I don't know. Why not? Why not? I don't see there would be any restrictions. We'll have to see. Therapist saying thank you to Newton as well. Missy, have a great weekend. You got to run. Please join us tomorrow for our 1 year anniversary. Brat saying that Newton, you are our hero for sure. Irish Amy saying thank you. Susie's also saying thank you to you, Newton. Widespread saying thank you. Lily Wayne, thank you so much. Yep, thank you, Lily. Yeah, so once it's uploaded, we'll let you know. We'll let you know where you can watch it, and then we'll also stream it before we start. Whenever Newton does that, no rush on any of that, but we'll stream that whenever that's available for us here. So, all right, so I'll say goodbye for now. Don't forget, we are streaming our 1 year anniversary stream starting tomorrow at noon. Nanar is also saying thank you to you, Newton. So tomorrow, starting at noon Eastern, we're doing our 1 year anniversary stream. We've got a fantastic lineup for you guys. I think you guys all pretty much know who's going to be showing up. So we're looking forward to that. And with that, I say have a wonderful Friday evening. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mod squad. And thank you, as always, to Super Ball. Super Ball right here. Sweet little Super Ball. And thank you to, we've got Ember and Slim Pickens back there. Oh, you just found a dead scorpion. Yikes. That stinks. At least it wasn't alive. Tell Polly we want babies for the broadcast tomorrow. I know, right? See the kitties tomorrow. I know, right? Thank you, Moki. Appreciate that. All right, guys, have a wonderful Friday evening. We will see you tomorrow at noon. We're going to have a lot of fun. It's going to be a blast. We're talking to a wide range of people. All of them are really funny, fantastic. They all have YouTube channels. Well, maybe not channels, but, well, they do have YouTube channels, but now Therapist and Dr. Rachel have a show. So, anyway. Trial Junkies United, you will be joining us tomorrow. I'm looking forward to having a conversation with you and Doc. And Moo says bye to Super Ball. Nice. Brat, that's a good one. Super Ball with the video camera. I love it. Thank you, Fala. You guys are the best. And Aaron, for everything you do. All right, guys, have a wonderful evening. We will see you. We'll see you tomorrow at noon, I hope. See ya. If not, then Monday at 12:30. Yeah, we'll see you.
Carlos testifies.
Whoop. All right, guys, have a good weekend. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Bye.
Yeah.